All right, there we are. Hello, everybody.
Yep. Hello.
But today we will see both runners do Pokemon Shield. So I'm really interested to see how this will turn out. So yeah, both runners should be ready to go pretty soon.
Yep. And over the course of the run, we can start talking about the differences between the two games. Like Raya mentioned, both runners are going to be on Shield, which has a very more of a unique route than the Sword run. Sword is more of the what you'd consider a traditional run, where it uses the starter for most of the game, or actually the entire game. And Shield actually does quite a few main switches to switch away to better Pokemon. And the reason those are done in different games are because of these two games actually having probably the biggest differences out of any main series Pokemon games in terms of the pairings. So like Red and Blue are really almost identical, but Sword and Shield are vastly different, especially when it comes to the speedrun.
Yep. So there are two different gyms in both versions. And also because Arcanine is really good for the early game, and that one only being available on Shield makes it the way to go for Shield. Whereas in Sword, use the water starter for the entire run.
Yeah,
Sword.
I was going to say you can use the water starter for the entire run in Shield, but it does have some drawbacks that we'll get to when we do that, specifically with those two gyms.
Yeah. So yeah, we will see a few main switches throughout the run, or the race rather. That's pretty cool. Okay, looks like we're very soon ready.
Yep, looks like we're getting started any second now. All right, here we go.
The countdown has been given. All right. So yeah, the timer starts, or the run starts, whenever we confirm our character. That's the start of the run.
Yep, and we have this nice little intro movie here. Cutscenes in this game are skippable, or at least what Game Freak considers cutscenes. There's some debate among the community, but for the most part, a lot of the sort of standalone movies that you don't have to mash through, there's no text, those are all skippable, and that will be an option actually that both runners will select when they first gain control. But then there are some other moments in the game like this that are sort of like text dumps. They're giving you information, so it does actually require you to mash through, and those are not skippable. So this is probably one of the longer intros of a game in terms of time from start game to gaining your first Pokemon. And one of the benefits that the Shield run has over the Sword run is we don't really care what our starter stats are. So even though it takes 9 minutes close to 9 minutes to actually get our starter and see the stats. It's not really that big of a deal for us because our starter stats, it really doesn't matter. If we have a bad starter, we're gonna waste like 2 or 3 turns. But if we have a good starter, like I said, it's like a 30-second difference.
Yeah. One of the downsides though is that once you get one of your mains, like the Growlithe first, and you have bad stats on that one, then you're pretty far in and it feels pretty bad.
Yeah. The one thing that we do on the routing side though is we account for that. So for example, one of the main switches that happens is like the 2 hour and 30 minute mark of the run. So obviously going to that point and finding an unrunnable Pokemon would just be awful. So we do have, those stats routed, and we know what to do if we get the worst stats possible. It would feel really bad, like Araya said, but it is at least manageable.
Yep.
All right, so both runners here are meeting their rival Hop. Hop is going to be with us throughout most of the game, right by our side. We're going to fight him quite a few times. And he's definitely gained a reputation for being a little bit annoying for a variety of reasons. We will likely see one of those reasons there. And you can see here they're changing their options. Typical Pokemon options setting, text speed to fast, animations off, that kind of stuff. One of the things that I think pokeguy did, I saw Keizaron do, is turning off autosave. Autosave does have... This is the first Pokemon game that does have autosave, and autosave has been known to cause like random crashes and stuff. So we definitely want to keep that off to prevent any sort of lost runs that way.
Yeah, do we actually know already if it makes a difference in terms of speed, whether you have autosave on, yes or no?
I don't think we know, but I also don't think it does.
Yeah, same.
Impact the time. I think most of the autosaving actually happens in the overworld. So if it happened during like loading zones, I would say maybe the autosave would cause longer loads, but it does seem to happen. Like there's a little icon that appears like when you're running around, so I don't think it actually does matter.
Yep. But yeah, pretty nice that they added the option to skip cutscenes. Yeah, even though it's not even that many cutscenes in this game, it's still pretty nice that there are some cutscenes to skip. It's something that would have benefit Sun and Moon for speedruns as well, I believe.
Yes, it definitely would have.
There's like 45% of cutscenes in the generation. I don't know how WhatsApp keeps dealing with them, but yeah.
I know, right? But yeah, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee actually did include the skip movies option as well. And there were that one was not automatic. So in this game, the cutscenes are just skipped, just outright. You don't have to hit any buttons. In Let's Go, you did have to hit, like, remember to mash a button. And there were only like 5 to skip, and in total it was like 3 minutes. So it really wasn't that bad. You still wanted to turn it off, obviously, but it wouldn't be too bad if you left it on. But in this game, some of the movies are actually quite long, and there's actually one that really should be skippable near the end of the game that isn't, and that one is pretty long. So, but here we've got both runners making it down to the next town and meeting the champion of the region, Leon, who's Hop's brother. So Leon's going to give us our starter Pokemon when we get back to the original town, but we have to go meet him here.
Yep, the undefeated champion, never lost a battle before.
I predict he's going to lose twice today.
They're about to end this man's entire career.
To answer your question in the chat, Techno, Shield's actually not faster, or right now the fastest time is in Sword by a runner named Ringo, and the It is about 2 minutes faster, I think, than the fastest shield time. But the game is still fairly new. Most runners, I think, although I haven't been in some of the recent conversations, most runners seem to think that the shield version would be faster in a top end. But shield does have a lot of variance when it comes to the different main switches that we're going to see. If you have a if you get a bad starter or a bad main switch, or if you just get unlucky when it comes to the actual catch that we're actually going to see, might impact one or both of these runners when we get to the Excadrill switch, because this game was interestingly changed the catch rate for that. But here both runners are going to pick Scorbunny as their starter. Scorbunny is picked for a couple of different reasons. One reason is it's fairly quick to get through this early section. You're only going to use it for the first about half hour of the run, and it's fairly quick to get through that. Another reason is it gives our rival, it gives Hop the grass starter, and the grass starter is nice to have on Hop for a couple of reasons. The big one is that the fire starter and the water starter are both very fast, where the grass starter is a bit slower. And because it's a bit slower, it means that it is going to be outsped by our Pokemon when it comes to the late game fights. If our rival had the fire or water starter, it would outspeed us, and at least the fire one, actually both of them, would be very bad for us to get outsped by, so we would end up wasting turns trying to make sure that we outspeed them.
Yeah, and also picking the fire starter, I think, causes you to obtain the Carkol, like pretty early on. That's an item that boosts your fire moves, which is pretty useful for the first main, the Arcanine.
Yeah.
Because I believe Leon just gives you the item that just corresponds with the typing of the starter that you picked.
Yeah, so if you're, for example, in the Sobble route, on Sword, you'll be given the Mystic Water, which will boost your Water-type moves by 20% if you're holding it. The Charcoal is given to the Fire starter, and I think it's the Miracle Seed is given to the Grass starter. But here's our first Hop fight, and conveniently, after defeating the first Wooloo, we gain a level and learn our type-specific move. So in this case, it's Ember. Ember is the same type as Scorbunny, and it's also super effective against the Grookey. And you're going to see here, one of the reasons why Hop can be annoying is anytime you use a move that is super effective, he is going to let you know that you used a move that is super effective, as if you didn't already know, and waste quite a bit of time. He'll also do that for things like if you get a critical hit, if he lands a critical hit, and in some cases when his starter uses a move that is the same type as his starter. So it's a lot of little interjections like that that can be annoying, especially if you're close to behind your splits and you want to try to get ahead, and then he just comes out with, hey, you critical hit me.
Yeah, it weighs like 5 seconds or something. And then also a crit in this game, like the text box for a crit is also a lot slower than usually in Pokemon games. It weighs like 2 seconds on top of that to even see like the crit text box clearing.
Yep. So now that they're both through the first rival fight, they're going to go on to the Slumbering Weald, or however you say that. And because the Wooloo that was banging its head against the gate has now broken through, and they want to go save it. So this section actually was kind of cool the first time you play through the game, because it's, you'll see why it's pretty cool. More for story reasons than anything. But going through here in a speedrun is kind of drags, because there are 3 forced encounters. Random encounters in this game are completely avoidable. Well, in most cases are completely avoidable. There are 2 different versions. There are overworld encounters where the Pokemon are just in the overworld, and if you run into the Pokemon or if the Pokemon runs into you, you'll encounter it. And then there are the random and grass encounters, or what I like to call underworld encounters, that are what you see here. Basically, there will be an exclamation point that shows up in the grass, and if you run into the exclamation point, then you will trigger the encounter. This section here, in true Pokemon fashion, has 3 forced encounters, so no matter what you do running through the grass, you will get the encounter. The games lately, I know at least since Generation 6, I don't think 5 had it, will force you to get an encounter, basically to teach you, here's what you do in a Pokemon battle kind of thing. But we don't need the experience or anything. We don't want to catch them. We actually can't catch them, so we will run away here.
Yeah, and the overworld encounters were already introduced in Let's Go. One difference, though, is that in that game, we could get them out of the way with repels if we wanted, but that's not even possible in this game. In this game, we don't even use repels in the speedrun because it just doesn't do that much.
They're useless in this game.
Yeah, I think they only prevent the exclamation point encounters, but they are already super easy to avoid. I say that even though I got one of them in my PB, but I think you only can really get them when you try to avoid an overworld encounter and then run back and accidentally into the other thing. But yeah. But yeah, this is a pretty cool section where you already get kind of an encounter with the legendary version exclusive pretty early on. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. As you can see, none of the moves will actually do anything, so we just spam through. I think it's 3 turns that you have to click through. Then you get kicked out of the battle, and then I think it's Leon comes by and saves you and Hop and gets you guys out of there.
It's also pretty interesting that such a scary forest is right next to your hometown.
Yeah. It's like these 2 legendary dogs just live 5 feet away from home.
Yeah.
But nobody knows about it because, as you're going to see here, Leon's like, what dogs are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing that lives here.
Yeah.
So even though it's just a quick stroll away, nobody knows about it.
Okay, so they successfully saved the Wooloo. Now all that there's left to continue is talking to Mom.
Get a small loan.
Yeah, she gives you so much money.
I don't know about Gen 7, but this is, at least the games that I've played, this probably gives you the most money at the very beginning of the game. You're given 30,000 Pokedollars, which is actually absolutely crazy. That's going to be really useful for us because we're going to do our first major shopping trip with not a lot of fights in between now and then. So that $30,000 is really going to go a long way.
Yeah, we don't even need to pick up any money items in the route. Okay, so here's Route 1. There will be catching a Pokemon here. Because it skips the catching tutorial, and it's also pretty useful later on during the Drillbur catch.
Yeah, they both specifically want a Rookidee here, because it is a flying type. That is going to be very important for us. I say old like it's really old, but early versions of the route would actually catch a Rookidee and use it. But because of the main switch to Arcanine, that's no longer done, and even the Salvo route doesn't do it anymore.
Okay, so pokeguy had a breakout on the Rookidee there, and that's actually quite rare. The chance that it gets in is really, really likely.
Yeah. Another thing that's been happening since at least Gen 6 is the very first route of every game has had a 100% catch rate. For some reason, that's not a thing in this game.
Yeah.
They just decided to get rid of that.
Yeah, for a very long time I thought it was actually 100% because I never had a breakout in the first week or so. And then at some point there was a breakout. I was like, wait, okay, so it's not 100%. But still really likely to get in. I don't know how likely exactly though. Catch rate is kind of weird in this game.
Yeah, one of the things that we're going to see in about 15 minutes is we're going to get access to this area called the Wild Area. And that actually has some really cool you know, a lot of cool things can happen in the wild area. And you can see like a plethora of Pokemon at all different levels. So one of the things that the games did is they restrict the Pokemon that you can catch based on its level and the number of badges you have. So for example, without any badges, we can only catch Pokemon that are up to level 20. If we encounter level 21 Pokemon, we literally can't. Like, we can't even throw a Pokeball at it. In addition to that, it seems like, although it's not quite confirmed, but we have enough evidence that says it should be, they actually made Pokemon that are a higher level than you at all a little bit harder to catch. And when I say a little bit, I actually mean a lot harder to catch. So some of the early routes, we tried to main switch to Excadrill at certain points, or, you know, even the Arcanine, like there are higher level Growlithe that we could go for, but their catch rate is just so small that we opt to try and minimize the amount of high level catches we need to do. We're still going to do one late in the run, which is where I said the, you know, time to catch the Drillbur could actually vary between the two runners. But at least the early Arcanine catch is going to be a lower level than us, so it should have the normal catch rate.
Yep. And on top of that, when you encounter the Drillbur, we can only catch Pokemon up till level 45. And the range of Drillbur levels in that grass at that point are level 42 to 47, I believe.
Yep.
And then if you encounter 46 or 47, it's really unlucky because you cannot even catch those.
We'll be getting the Drillbur in the wild area, but it won't be until quite later in the game, just because the, you know, like Araya said, the level is going to be pretty high. And we specifically want to get a Drillbur around that level, because in Pokemon, one of the things that is pretty common is Pokemon and their evolutions almost always learn the same moves. In the same order, but their levels will change. So a Pokemon that is a lower evolution, so like, for example, Drillbur, will learn moves at an earlier level than an Excadrill will. So perfect example of that, and the reason why we want that high level Drillbur rather than Excadrill, is Drillbur learns Earthquake at level 44, where Excadrill learns it at level 52. So if we were to catch an Excadrill, for example, at level 30, we're not going to have Earthquake until pretty late in the game, actually. But if we do catch a Drillbur at 43, for example, and Rare Candy it up to 44, now we have Earthquake immediately. What is effectively, 8 levels earlier? So that's been really useful for us, and one of the reasons why Excadrill has sort of leaped ahead of where it was after the first couple weeks of routing. Another thing that we were talking through when it happened, that little cutscene there with Hop and Leon actually would teach you how to catch Pokemon if we didn't catch one already. So not catching a Pokemon, I believe, is like 4 seconds slower than just catching one and skipping the tutorial. But like we said, the actual benefits that Rookidee has for us in the run are going to, you know, be worth whatever time we may have lost for trying to catch it.
It's really close now between Keizaron and pokeguy.
Yeah, it's cool. Almost synced right up.
Yeah.
Keys has a like 3-frame advantage. So this fight is kind of interesting. So I know it doesn't seem that interesting, but the first Pokemon here is a Blipbug. Keys actually selected the wrong move, and you can see him sort of wince at that.
2 crits.
But yeah, so ideally you use Ember there and one-shot the Blipbug. Depending on your special attack, it could 2-shot. And if you do get the 2-shot, you get hit by Struggle Bug, which will lower your special attack. As Sobble, I think, you know, that lowering of special attack can be kind of bad. Also, the Nickit here is very specially defensive, so even though our special attack might get dropped by Struggle Bug, we're going to want to quick attack it, just because we're going to be able to faint the Nickit in 3 turns as opposed to maybe 4 turns, even though we are a fire-type Pokemon using a fire-type move.
Scorbunny having quick attack is also pretty nice because, yeah, Pokemon like the Nickit have quick attack, and you having quick attack, of course, makes you always faster than it. That's something that Sobble doesn't have, for example.
Right. So here we meet the Pokemon professor for the region, Professor Magnolia. She lives off in this little house at the end of Route 2. And then we are going to go through all this dialogue here, and then we're going to do our second hop fight, which, interestingly enough, something that was discovered in Gen 7 and seems to have carried over here is some rival fights actually can be lost, yet the game will still progress. This is one of those fights, so you could technically lose here. Specifically with Scorbunny and with Sobble, it is faster to just win. It'll take longer to die than it would just to win. But if you were to take Grookey as your starter, for example, it would be faster, assuming you don't need the experience from the fight, to die, because a rival has expanded his party and no longer just has a Wooloo and the Grookey. He has a Rookidee as well.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how many fights in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon you can lose like that, but I know there are quite a few. But again, we just don't have a good way to die here. One of the nice things that the Grookey has that makes it able to die quickly is it has the move Taunt, which will force the opponent to always use an attacking move. And so we just spam that on the Rookidee, and it hits us with Hex for super effective damage. But this is the last fight for Scorbunny, so if you guys are Scorbunny fans, I'm sorry. You won't be seeing him anymore after this. Well, actually, you still have to catch the other Pokemon, so I guess he's going to be used in one more fight.
Yeah, but definitely one of those fights where you absolutely don't want to crit, otherwise you just get the hop talking. And we are actually still not sure what the chances to crit in this game. I actually had a feeling, just like a lot of others, that it's back to 1 in 16 instead of 1 in 24 like they did in Gen 7. But from a few runners counting their crits during runs, it actually seems like it's still 1 in 24. But yeah, not sure yet.
Yeah, that was a change made in Generation 7. Generation 7 made quite a few changes to very basic core mechanics of Pokemon, which definitely not all of them are bad. Some of them include, like Araya said, critical hits went from 1 in 16 chance to 1 in 24. Paralysis, like in order to be paralyzed, I believe it went from 1 out of 2 to 1 out of 4. Hitting yourself in confusion went from 1 out of 2 to 1 out of 3. So there definitely are some things like that have happened. And then there even were some mechanic changes that happened with this game that we may or may not see, depending on the Excadrills that the 2 runners get, specifically with speed updating during turns rather than at the beginning of turns in double battles. But we can expand on that when we get to that fight.
Yeah, and also, I think since Gen 7 they started giving X items a 2-stage boost instead of a 1-stage boost. I think it was Gen 7 too, right? Where they did a...
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's super broken to use X items, which it already was, of course, but now it's even more sick.
Absolutely.
Yeah, X item is something we use in basically every Pokemon speedrunning generation. It's just made for speedrunners.
Yeah, so basically every stat has a different stage. So the stages go from -7 to -6 to +6. I was thinking of priority, but the stages go like that, and basically each stage will increase. When you're going to positive stage, it'll increase the power of that stat, or increase that stat by 50%. So +1 is 3/2, +2 is 4/2, +5 is 3/2, or 5/2, like that. So basically, X items are going to increase the stage by 2. So if you start at +0 and then you go to +2, you're now at 4/2 for that stat, which means you've doubled your stat. So we're going to use X attacks to double our attack. X special attacks double the special attack. X speeds are going to be really useful for us to double our speed. The downside is they made the X items go from being +1 to +2 for each stat, but they also made them more expensive. So instead of an X attack, for example, being 550 Pokedollars, it's now 1,000. X defends and X special defends went from being like 500 or 350, I think, to being $2,000. So
yeah, what's up with that? They made them so expensive.
Yeah, the defensive X items are crazy.
Yeah.
But that's why the small loan from our mother is actually going to come in handy, because we're going to do our first major shop right after this next section here, and basically spend all of our money on X items. One interesting thing that this game did that most Pokemon games don't is usually all of the X items are in the same store, or are unlocked by the same badge, something like that. But in this game, they actually made it so the X attacks, defends, special attacks, and special defends are in one store, and then the X speeds, X accuracies, and then other items like guard spec and dire hit are in a different one. So we actually can't buy X speeds right away, which does sort of hurt us a little bit. We do have a couple of X speeds that we can pick up just on the side of the route, or in the middle of one town, actually. So there are a few fights where we actually need X speeds, and we can get them. But it is interesting that they made that decision to not include them all in the same store. If they did include them all in the same store, we would probably have to pick up money items because we would not have enough money for everything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I played this casually first time, I just thought X special attacks and X attacks were just not available in stores. Like, I just never checked the Motostoke one, and I only checked other Pokemon centers, and I just couldn't find them at first. Yeah.
But yeah, so here's the wild area. Like I mentioned, there's the game has a really cool wild area section here. There are a bunch of different regions to the wild area, and each one can have different Pokemon in them, as well as different weather in each one. And the weather for each region will dictate which Pokemon appear. So there are, I think once you get to the end of the game, there are like 8 or 9 different weather types. Early game, there's only 5 that are possible, I think. But they get unlocked as you go throughout the game. So one of the things that both runners actually did is they set their in-game time and their in-game date to a very specific date and a very specific time. That way they will they'll give themselves the correct weather in the 2 regions where they're going to be catching Pokemon. So here they want intense sunlight, I believe it is, in this area, and that will give them a chance to find Growlithe in the wild, as you can see.
Oh, Keith has some trouble finding...
Did he not set his date?
Let's see. Yeah.
Ah. He did not.
Let's see if he finds a Growlithe now. Pretty important to get a Growlithe.
Another thing is you see Pokeguy encountering Growlithe but running away. That's because he's getting Growlithe with the ability Intimidate. We want Growlithe without Intimidate. And without Intimidate, Growlithe will have the ability Flash Fire, which will be useful for us, but mostly Intimidate is just bad. So Pokeguy on his 3rd one, that is now Intimidate, and he's found the right one right away. Keiz's is level 7, which is the lowest level you can encounter here. They can go up to level 10, so depending on what level Pokeguy actually ends up with.
Intimidate another time!
That's 4 in a row. He lost 4 coin flips in a row.
That's crazy.
So now Keiz has his Growlithe here. And like we said, the stats and the nature and everything are 100% random. So he does not know how good it is at this point. But we have tools to basically figure out how good they are for us. One thing that both runners will end up doing, it looks like Pokeguy has his Growlithe now, is they're actually going to find a Pokemon to die to. The wild area has an interesting thing where when you die in the wild area, you will be given the option to stay where you are, or you can actually get brought to the next town. So that's what they're going to do here. They're going to effectively death warp out of the area and go across this large wild area and do it basically for free. He's getting a little trolled here by choosing a Bunnelby instead of the Diggersby. I'm not sure why he opted to do that. He may have just not seen it spawn. But Pokeguy going for the Diggersby. Looks like Pokeguy got a level 8 Growlithe. So even with the falling behind by getting 4 Intimidate Growliths in a row, Pokeguy's just right behind Keys here.
Yeah, it's pretty close actually. But yeah, it's really interesting that we can just go to all the way across the wild area, even though we have not been there before, just by death warping. But it makes it pretty cool strat for speedrunning. It's really nice.
Yeah, so it looks like Keys didn't have the Diggersby there because the weather was wrong. So that's what that was. So both runners here are going to be going to get the Firestone. So we didn't really talk about why Growlithe is so good. So some Pokemon in the game will evolve by level up. That's going to be most of them. Some of them evolve by stones. And the stone evolutions in this game have a unique characteristics where once they evolve, they're not going to learn any more moves by level up. However, they will learn any move that their pre-evolution would learn by level up by a move tutor, and the move tutors are free and in every Pokemon Center. So what they're going to do is they're going to die again, get them warped back to Motostoke, which is the next town we need to go to, and then they're immediately going to go to the Pokemon Center. They're going to do a little bit of shopping, and then they're also going to go ahead and learn a bunch of moves. They're going to learn the moves Flare Blitz. Actually, no, not Flare Blitz yet. So they're going to learn Flamethrower, Burn Up, Extreme Speed. That one's by evolution. And they're going to learn Reversal. So Flamethrower, obviously very strong. Burn Up is actually even stronger than Flamethrower, but it is sort of like a use once per battle kind of thing. You lose your fire typing when you use it, so it's definitely nice for these, like, I need to hit something once and kill it there. But in some of the longer battles, it's not going to be as useful. Extreme Speed is decent for coverage. And then Reversal has a very specific use that we will talk about when we get there. But this is also going to be the first chance that both of them are going to have they're going to be able to look at their stats. And so normally we will plug our stats into an IV calculator and try to figure out how good our Pokemon is and learn different thresholds. What we're going to be doing here in commentary is I'm actually going to be looking at Keys' Pokemon, so that way we know how good I know how good his are, and I believe Araya is going to be looking at Pokeguy's Pokemon to see how good his are.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty nice that during teaching the moves that you can already have a peek at what your stats are, and of course all level ups after you can also see it. Sometimes it's pretty hard to check everything at once, though. At least that's my experience. But.
Yeah, so you can see Keys here is doing his shopping, and you see that was a very expensive shopping trip. But we had just enough money to get everything we need. And now he's going to teach the moves.
Yeah, so you can see there on the right side that the stats are visible while you're actually selecting the moves. So that's what the runners will be looking at.
Keys is wincing for the same reason I am. His attack is not very good.
Uh-oh. So I can already see for Pokeguy he has neutral speed, so he will probably be pretty happy with that. And he has also neutral attack. it's pretty nice if you have positive in one of those, but as long as you see it's not negative, you're really happy, I guess.
Yeah, so Keys currently has the lowest attack that he can have at this point. It still could be okay. The range is actually pretty high. It's from 0 to 22 IV, and that goes up to 31, but it is minus nature, so his stat is going to grow a bit slower. The rest of his stats seem pretty decent. All of them right now have a candidate to be the plus nature.
Okay. Yeah, it's the same for pokeguy. He has confirmed neutral attack and neutral speed, and then defense and special attack can still be plus, and special defense is either plus, negative, or neutral.
All right, so here Leon is going to talk to our trainer again, and here's where we're going to get the charcoal item, the item that's going to boost our fire type moves by 20%. So that is a change actually that Generation 6 made. These held items that boost a single type's move, they actually boost by 20% now instead of 10%. So a move like Flamethrower, which is normally 90 power, is going to be close to, like 108 power or whatever the actual number is, but it's going to be powered up quite a bit. So here we're going to learn about the gym challenge. One of the kind of neat things about this game is they really made sure a lot of the story revolved around the gym challenge. So a lot of times in previous Pokemon games, you sort of start with the idea of I got to do gyms, and then you end up doing a bunch of other stuff. You get brought into battling this evil team and all that kind of stuff, and the gyms end up by the end of the game being more of a side thing. This game, pretty much the entire story revolves around these gyms and things like that. So here's our introduction to that. Both runners are going to be able to set their jersey number. It's like a whole big organization. We get introduced to the president of the organization and things like that.
Yeah, what I think is pretty cool is that so the region, the Galar region, is basically based on United Kingdom, and in UK, football is of course, a pretty big sport, and they kind of wanted to make it in this game so that all the gyms are in huge stadiums with huge crowds to kind of give that cultural vibe from football in the UK as well. Pretty cool.
Yeah, we're a little ways out, maybe about 15 minutes away from, maybe a little bit less, from the first gym, and it's if you guys haven't seen the gyms in this game, it's actually really cool. Especially if you've seen the old games and you've seen the more simplistic gyms. These are really cool. Each one has a sort of like a trial or a puzzle to get started, and then the actual gym battle against the gym leader is pretty epic. Great music during it.
Yeah, music is really, really nice. Keeps you hyped.
Absolutely. So here we're going to get introduced to the regional team. So this is Team Yell. Not a traditional evil team that you might expect out of a Pokemon game. Team Yell is sort of more of a nuisance than anything. They don't really have an evil agenda. They're more just trying to cheer on a very specific person within the gym challenge. So we're going to meet her in a little bit, but we got to do these fights first. With Arcanine, they aren't really too bad. Most of them are going to be one-shots, if not all of them. I think, depending on your stats and your level, some of the Pokemon, like the Nickit that's coming up here for Keys on the next fight, and Pokeguy on the next fight, is a little bit more specially bulky, so it might take 2 hits, but usually doesn't.
Yeah, it's pretty sick that you're already an Arcanine at this point, and you're still fighting a lot of Tier 1 Pokemon, so they're relatively fast to get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, before you caught the Arcanine, you had a level 10 Scorbunny, where its most powerful move was a 40 power Ember. Now you have a level 7 or level 8 Arcanine that has its most powerful move is a 130 base power Burn Up.
Yeah, it's really sick. As W Sub called it today, it's basically the same as an Entei in Crystal.
Yeah.
Just having a really overpowered Pokemon early on.
So here we get our first double battle of the game. We do have a couple of double battles in the game. Most of them are actually fought with somebody. So traditionally in Pokemon games, when you enter a double battle, you have you're controlling both Pokemon. But one of the things that they've started to do a lot recently is the idea of a true double battle, where it's you and a partner facing off against two actual people. So you only control the Arcanine here. The Wooloo is controlled by Hop. Sometimes that can be bad if Hop decides to not do smart things. But in this particular fight, it's usually not too bad.
Yeah, there's a Yell fight later on that, especially with the Sobble route in Sword, is actually horrible. I think it's actually the worst fight of the game in Pokemon Sword. Yeah, mainly because Pokemon there leads with Snarl that lowers your special attack, and the Pokemon do so much damage to you that pretty bad. But yeah, actually for Pokemon Shield, that fight is not too bad, I believe. So.
Yeah, that fight can definitely be pretty fast. It can be slow, but usually isn't too bad.
Yeah, I just really hope to not get like paralyzed or sand attack there.
Yeah. All right, so we spend the night here in the hotel, and then we're gonna head back to the gym because this guy is gonna graciously take us back there, even though it's 5 feet away, and then we're gonna learn about the gym challenge. So I think this is actually the first cutscene of the game that gets skipped.
Yeah.
There's this very large intro movie that introduces all of the different gym leaders and explains the whole gym challenge, all that stuff. We've been playing Pokemon for years, so we don't need to learn any of that. But it actually is a pretty cool cinematic. It really brings out that whole stadium look and feel, and the fact that this is like a big organization and it's not just like a random guy in a house that says gym out front, like it might feel like in other games.
Wait, there was actually one cutscene before that was skipped as well. That is when the starters get introduced.
Oh, so, right.
Yeah, so normally when you play without the skip, there's actually a pretty cool cutscene where the starters are showing themselves off, but they also just skip that with the cutscene skip.
I'd be okay with that one being in.
Yeah, me too. It was really cool. Makes you pretty hyped. But yeah, now they're fully introduced to the gym challenge and can basically start collecting their badges like we're used to from Pokemon games.
Yep. And one of the really nice things here is we're actually going to be given the ability to fly right now. Normally in Pokemon games, it's usually around either the halfway point or maybe a little bit before the halfway point that you're given the fly ability. Here we're actually given it right away. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to fly to the same city we're in, but a different Pokemon Center. That's going to put us closer to where we need to go. We're going to pick up a Silk Scarf. Silk Scarf is like the Charcoal, but it will boost normal type moves, which will be useful for a small portion of the run. And we are going to fight Hop for a third time now. I think this is like our 6th battle. Or no, with the Yell Grunts, I guess it's probably our 8th battle. And we fought Hop 3 times.
Yeah, the Silk Scarf is mainly for when we need to use extreme speed a lot. And secure the one hit with that. Oh, I forgot to look at Pokeguy's stats. Well, next chance at level 11.
I keep looking at every stat except for the one that I should be looking at, which is attack. I think I get another chance here on the Grookey. Okay, so his attack could be worse, but it absolutely can be better. Minus attack is definitely a struggle, though. Specifically, I can think of a couple fights that are going to be rough. There's one in particular that'll be pretty bad, so we'll see when we get there.
What's his IV range for the...
For his attack, it is 10 to 19 minus nature. So
Okay.
Keys does have a bold nature. Bold is going to reduce his attack, but give him more defense, which I guess might have some uses. Not a ton, but there are a couple fights I can think of that having bad defense is bad, so...
Yeah, Sudowoodo.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of this entire time.
Okay, the girl they pass here is actually pretty tricky. So if you stay low there while she turns away from you, or while she's not moving, basically, you can just run past her while staying low. But if you're still running while she actually moves back, she can catch you.
Yeah, and that combined with all those running around routes and everything, and the Zigzagoons move around like crazy too. Like it just makes that route kind of a difficult stretch to go through. This next section's not awful to go through, but it can, especially if you get hicked up at all at the beginning there, and you like end up stuttering or something like that. Going through this next section can be a little tricky just because that postman that was walking around, he'll end up in a different spot because he starts walking, I think, as soon as you enter the route. So if you delay at all at the beginning, he's going to be somewhere else and he could definitely see you.
Yeah, this Pokemon is a range to 2-shot, but with Keizaron's negative attack, he's definitely not getting that.
Yeah.
Looks like Pokeguy will get it. Yep.
Yeah, and we can't use our fire-type moves on this because the Sizzlipede has an ability called Flash Fire, which is actually the ability that Arcanine has, which basically makes it take no damage from fire-type moves. It also boosts its fire-type moves when used after that, but that doesn't really matter too much for us. That actually may come into play for us later, but for this particular fight, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so Pokeguy's really good special attack. It's neutral, but it's 28 to 31 IV.
Oh, wow. So both runners going to pick up X defenses here. Like we mentioned, the X defenses and X special defenses are very high cost. So we opt to pick up a few X defends rather than buying them. Because of that, we don't actually need any X special defense during the run. But X defends we use in a few different places.
Yeah, and as we said before, the X defense are super expensive, so it's pretty convenient that they are available to pick up in a spot like that.
Yeah, so one of the tricky things, so this game is like Generation 7 and Generation 5 in that it has an experience curve which actually scales based on what level you are, in addition to what level the Pokemon that you just fainted is. So if you're a level 10 Pokemon fighting a level 13, like let's say you're level 10 Arcanine facing a level 13 Drillbur, you're going to gain X amount of experience. If you're a level 7 Arcanine facing that same exact Drillbur, you're actually going to gain more experience. And so because of that, even though we have a range of Arcanines from level 7 to level 10 when we catch it, the experience ends up actually starting to to average out to be the same, or at least very close to the same for each of those different Arcanines. That does sort of make the second half of the Arcanine section really nice. Especially we're going to use a rare candy at some point. That's going to completely equalize our special or our experience. But very early on, each of these fights may have different strategies depending on which level you were, in addition to what stats you have. So that's actually a pretty big deal that you have to keep track. You have to remember the entire time, okay, I caught a level 7, which means I'm going to be this level on this fight and all that kind of stuff. So it definitely adds, it's not just as clear cut as use this move on this fight every time. It really, really depends on a lot of different factors.
Yeah, so here they encountered another interesting character called Bead. It's a guy too, which I did not know when I first played it. But yeah, he has a little bit of an evil look, and yeah, at this point of the game you're not quite sure yet like what's going on with him, but yeah, it's a pretty interesting character. It's another gym challenger as well.
Yeah, you can sort of look at him, especially at this point in the game, you can sort of look at him as a rival, in addition to Hop. And we didn't talk about her, but we met Marnie earlier. That's who Team Yell is rooting for in the gym challenge. So, you know, we're all just gym challengers moving along sort of on the same schedule, if you will. So we're going to battle them all as time goes on. But there we're going to go ahead and pick up a rare candy. Rare candies boost our level by 1, so those are going to be really useful. We picked one up way earlier outside of the Pokemon Lab, but we're not going to use them quite yet. And here we meet the first gym leader. This is Milo. He is the Grass-type gym leader. So with our Arcanine being a Fire-type, Grass-type gym should be no problem.
Yeah, so for Pokemon Sword, as we mentioned before, we do everything with the water starter, Sobble. And the grass gym can be quite a challenge. To be able to kill the last Pokemon in Milo, we will need to go to +6 with special attacks. We need to Dynamax, and it needs to rain for that to be arranged to die.
To be arranged to die, I love that.
Well, if you have a good special attack, it's guaranteed. But yeah, we have routed in more that you can run multiple special attacks. So on lower special attack, on the lowest runnable special attack, that would be a tendency. But yeah, for Arcanine, this gym is a piece of cake.
So it looks like Keys here is opting to pick up a couple extra X attacks. Not a bad idea with his attack stat.
Yeah, definitely good race threat as well, to have some extra X items in case you need to use Moria. I also saw a pokeguy earlier picking up the super potions, which is also something you normally do not do in speedruns, but also just as for race threats. Yeah, it's actually cool how fast flying in this game is. It's so fast that even this little part walking back is slower than flying.
Yeah, and there are a lot of little optimizations that, like, you saw us fly from the stadium in Motostoke to a different Pokemon Center in Motostoke. That actually saves a considerable amount of time, especially before we get the bike. Once we get the bike, those little time saves like that are a little bit harder to come by. But especially early on, I mean, running is only so fast. And like you just saw how fast it was for both of them to fly. So it's just, you know, super convenient. But here they're both going to enter the first gym of the game. So I mentioned that each gym has sort of like a little trial or like a little puzzle that you have to get through before you can challenge the gym leader. This little trial is herding Wooloo.
Yeah, this can definitely decide who's going to be ahead.
Yeah, this will decide the race. No.
Some of the puzzles are actually quite, could be sometimes quite troll. But
yeah, there's one in particular that I really like. This one has a nice little gimmick. It can be absolutely frustrating when you're trying to speedrun through it. but I actually do like the gimmick. So
Yeah.
basically, the Wooloo are going to run away from you, so make sure that you just herd them into the little pool. Once you get all 20 into the little pool, you will advance to the next one. And then each one gets a little bit trickier. Some of them add walls, some of them add this Yamper Pokemon, and Yamper will scare the Wooloo away. So you want to try to, most cases you want to try to avoid the Yamper. Make sure that it doesn't scare the Wooloo, because once the Wooloo gets scared, they can go off in unpredictable ways. But sometimes they go off in unpredictable ways even when you're behind them and there's nothing else in sight. So, you know, it's not too bad. But there's one mandatory trainer here as we go through. It's Gym Trainer Samuel with a Gossifleur and just dies. I don't even know why there's a battle.
Yeah, with Double, that one is a free shot. But here, it's no issue.
Yeah, so in this next room, we go through the right, or the left path, rather. The Yamper there is in the middle, so he doesn't bother us, and there's a trainer over on the right, so we want to try to avoid that. And then this last room can be kind of tricky. I don't know how Pokeguy does it. I know how Keys does it, or at least how he used to do it. Basically, it looks like Pokeguy's doing the same. So
Yeah.
sort of wait for the Yamper on the right to move into the little corridor, and then just bring the Wooloo in behind. There is a spinner up there, but if you're over here, the spinner can't quite see you, so it's really not that big of a deal. And then Rogue One for Pokeguy, but he got it.
Yeah, so I believe if you go left middle, it's theoretically could be the fastest, but it's also really annoying because then the spinner can see you, and if something goes wrong with the sheep, it's like super hard to fix. So the right is like pretty fast and consistent.
Yeah, no Wooloo revolution today. Alright, so now they're both done with the sort of challenge in the gym. They're going to go off to the gym leader. And so each gym has this little entrance tunnel, which is really cool, going into the big stadium, as you can see. So one thing that gym battles have that we haven't really talked about, we've mentioned a little bit, is the ability called Dynamaxing. So this game introduced Dynamaxing. It's sort of you can think of it like a cross between Mega Evolution and Z moves, but not as broken as either of those two, or at least not as broken as those two would be combined. When you Dynamax, you get really, really, really big. Every gym leader is going to Dynamax, as well as a couple of other story fights. When you're Dynamaxed, you have anywhere between 1.5 and 2 times the HP that you normally would have. Depends on your Dynamax level. For our purposes, if we ever Dynamaxed during the run, we would just be at 1.5 because we're not going to feed Dynamax candies. The gym leaders in those fights can have various levels. So it's not always 1.5, it's not always 2 times, it's usually in between. The other thing that can happen with those moves, with those Pokemon, is each of their moves gets turned into a max move. And the max moves are going to be based on the type of the move. So any status move is going to be a move called Max Guard, basically as a protect. And then fire type moves, for example, turn into Max Flare. And each of those moves is going to be a little bit more powerful than their normal type move, or than their normal move, and also have a secondary effect. So some of those effects can be nice. I think in this run, we don't really make any use of them. In the Sobble run, like Araya mentioned earlier on this fight, we would actually set up Rain using the Max Water move. And that way, while we're in Rain, our water type moves are going to be more powerful, in addition to being +6 special attack and in Torrent, and it's a range.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Torrent, but you also need to be in Torrent, yes.
Yeah, so even though the Eldegoss here is going to Dynamax and give itself more HP, and then stare at us really creepily, doesn't matter, Arcanine can just one-shot it after a little bit of setup. And yes, the gym leader music is pretty amazing music. So yeah, first gym down. There are 8 gyms. We're 1 hour in, which means it's going to be an 8-hour run, guys. Hope you guys are ready.
But yeah, because Dynamaxing is actually pretty slow, animation, I think we basically never use it in this run unless there's like an unfortunate situation that needs to be fixed. Kind of, for example, poison on Opal and stuff like this.
Yeah, there are definitely a few cases where you could use it. But in general, Dynamaxing, I forget the exact numbers.
I think it's 25 seconds or something to Dynamax, and then another 5 seconds to
on Dynamax.
On Dynamax, yeah.
Yeah, and then plus whatever effect your move has. Like if you use Max Flare, you're gonna set up the sun, which is gonna waste a little bit of time. But yeah, so if you look at Pokeguy's screen right now, you may have just missed it. He actually ran past the trainer. That trainer is a double battle. Because Arcanine is the only Pokemon in our party, we can't do a double battle, so the game just sort of lets us walk right by. That's been a thing since Generation 3, when double battles like that were introduced, and it's definitely something we plan for. Like, old versions of the route would use a Rookidee on that last fight, would use it on, actually for the entire grass gym, and then would have to remember to deposit the Rookidee, because we're no longer going to use it before that double battle right there. I think there are 2 double battles that we skipped. No, 3 double battles that we skipped that way. But yeah. And then we encounter Team Yell again, terrorizing a doctor. So.
Yeah, and it actually looks like Pokeguy's Arcanine has neutral nature.
Okay. I forgot to look at Keiza's stats, so I'll do that on the next level up. The Nickit here can be kind of annoying. You're using moves like Flamethrower and Burn Up, which are special, and he has Scald, which can lower your special attack. He's also specially bulky, like we mentioned earlier. This is the evolution of Nickit. So.
I believe the Sableye is a range.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah, Pokeguy has really good special attack, so those ranges are a little bit easier for him. I'm not sure about Keiza's special attack. Let's hope not as bad as his attack.
Yeah, it's definitely not that bad. It looks like it's right around 20 neutral. So.
Okay, it's pretty good.
It's really as good as you can hope for. I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, if you guys don't know, basically stats in Pokemon. Also, we got the bike. That's important. Bike in this game is actually really hard to control. Let me rephrase that. It's not too hard to control. It's not like you move super fast or anything, but the turning on it is kind of like floaty. Like, you can't turn on a dime like you can in other Pokemon games. You actually have to do a turn. It's a little bit more realistic, which is kind of annoying if you're trying to do some pretty precise movement. There's one route in particular that precise movement is nice, and if you're on the bike, it's just really hard. I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of runs in the last week or so. I don't know if anybody is actually riding the bike. I remember seeing Wartab did a run a couple days ago where he biked through that route and got like 6 encounters and hit 2 optionals. It was awful.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah. It was so painful.
He was on good pace, and it just killed the run. He's like, I'm done.
But it definitely plays where you want to. What I sometimes do is I sometimes start to bike and I hold my finger on the plus to unbike, and then once you are like tending to run into an encounter, you can basically use it as a buffer to stop just in time. But
yeah, so here we're gonna fight Hop for a 4th time. Luckily, this is the last time we see him for about. Well, we're gonna see him, I think, still, but last time we're gonna fight him for about an hour. So it's not too bad. We got a lot of Hop at the beginning, but it sort of peters out a little bit. Yeah, so what we were mentioning earlier about stats and the way we were saying it. So every Pokemon's going to have a nature. Basically, each nature is going to have one stat that gets more love, and one that's going to get a little bit less. So for example, Keys right now has a minus attack nature, meaning his attack is bad, but he has plus defense. So it's pretty good. You can also have a neutral nature where none of the stats are affected like that. We're also talking about numbers between 0 and 31. Those are the IVs. So that indicates within that bracket of, I've got neutral special attack, how good from 0 to 31 is it? And so those are what are called the IVs. So that's what runners typically will calculate that during the run using a program. And that helps them, basically helps them know certain things like different ranges. Are they more likely to one-shot this Pokemon or less likely? Are they able to outspeed something maybe, depending on their IV? So that's what we're focused on there.
Yeah, shoutouts to Wartop and the Bombs too for those nice calculators.
Yeah, they're really useful. They're really easy to use. It's like, here are all the different stats you could have. Click the button, and now it's registered for you. Like, it's super useful.
Yep.
Yeah, there is a speed cutoff here for this next gym that you want to see. If you don't see that speed, then you need to go a little bit out of your way and get X speeds. There are X speeds just sitting on the ground in this town. So I mentioned you couldn't buy them earlier, but you can pick some up. And there are cases where you need to. If I'm not mistaken, and if I didn't write anything down wrong, I believe Keizaron does need the X speeds.
Okay, yeah. Just going for it. Oh, there's also a full heal there for some extra race safety.
Yep.
You can get confused. That's actually a good call, because you can get confused by Nessa.
Yeah. Now Pokeguy is going ahead and entering the second gym. So the second gym here is the water type gym. And with our Arcanine, yeah, it can be a thing. Luckily the two gym stooges that we have to fight aren't too bad. They take a couple turns just because they're water type and we're fire mainly. So we don't do a ton of damage to them, but the real problem here is going to be the gym leader Nessa. Also, the challenge here isn't too bad. Basically, there are different water pillars that prevent you from passing, and there are and they all go through like a colored grate. And when you hit a button that matches the color of the grate, the water will turn on and off. So each switch controls basically two of them. There'll be one that's on, one that's off. You can switch it. But yeah, the puzzles really aren't too bad here. Pretty straightforward, and it's not random from run to run, so it's always going to be the same.
Yeah, they don't really mind taking a little bit of damage here, because eventually to kill the last Pokemon on Nessa, they need to be pretty low HP to kill it, because they will use the move Reversal, and that move gets a lot stronger the lower HP you are, basically. So they need to manipulate their HP eventually on Nessa to be able to one-shot her last Pokemon. And sometimes I believe it's still a range.
Yeah, it can definitely be a range. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Keizaron go for like +6 attack instead of +4. Just because with his attack, it's not going to be a very likely range.
Yeah. Because maybe only if he would get to 2 HP, he would get away easily with +4 probably.
Yeah.
And you're 200.
Right. Yeah, so the way that Reversal works is basically what percentage of health you have remaining dictates the power of the move. And it's like, I forget the exact percentage numbers, but the actual HP cutoffs are going to be like, if you have 2 HP or less, so 1 or 2 HP, then your Reversal is going to be 200 power. If you have between 3 and either 6 or 7, depending on your max HP, it's going to be 150 power. And that's really what the runners are going to try to go for. Like we mentioned, Keys might have a little bit of a harder time because his attack stat is a bit lower. So he might either try to go for the 1 to 2 HP range, or he might try to go to use an extra X attack, or he might just try to go for the range. I don't know exactly what the range looks like. Looks like it's not going to be an amazing range if he does go for it. I'll say that.
Yeah, I believe it's 200 base power under 5% health.
Okay.
Which is very low health.
Yeah.
So yeah, usually they go to 10% and then go +4, +6, depending on how good your attack is. Or depending on how long you have to stall. Because you can... That's another thing. So when you stall in this game, you're already +6 on attack, for example. You can just keep using X attacks and it's a pretty fast way to stall and it doesn't consume the X attack. Okay, pokeguy going for early candy there.
Okay, I like that idea. Yeah, so normally we don't use the rare candy now, but it looks like pokeguy's gonna go ahead and use it. One thing that's kind of nice about, and actually Keys can't do that. So, because he started with a level 7, which means he is just shy of level 19, and cannot use the candy there.
Fortunate.
Yeah. So in Pokemon games, with the way that the damage calculation works, having a level that ends in 0, 3, 5, or 8 actually gives you a little bit of a boost to your the damage that you're dealing. So basically having, like, let's say you have 50 attack at level 20, that's actually going to be the same damage as if you had 50 attack at level 21. But 50 attack at level 19 is going to be actually a decent amount less. So Pokeguy there opting to go for the level 20. Did he get confused?
Yep.
Of course he did.
And he's the one that didn't pick up the full heal.
Right.
He just needs to go for it. It's not really a way. Yeah. Does he live that? No.
Nope.
Oh,
So
that's... He will be sad about it.
Go ahead and reset there. So the way that this fight is typically going to go is you want to use burnout, or burn up rather, on turn 1. That gets rid of your fire typing, and then the nice thing about using burn up and getting rid of your fire typing is usually, not always as we saw with both runners, but usually that means that the Goldeen will stop using water moves. Specifically, you want her to stop using water pulse, because water pulse can confuse you. So in either case, you want to get rid of the Goldeen as fast as possible, so you go ahead and set up to +2 attack and then extreme speed. And now we're going to do the bulk of our setup here on the Barraskewda, or the Arrokuda, I guess, is the pre-evolution. So we want to set up our attack. We need to set up our speed here on Keys' side. And now, I think if he's done with his setup, he's going to go ahead and try to get within the right HP range. So now you can see he is down to 4 HP, which gives him that 150 base power reversal here against the Dreadnought. Normally this would KO Dreadnought, but the Dreadnought here is going to Dynamax, which gives it more HP and makes it that much bulkier. Now we can see Pokeguy got through the Goldeen finally, so he's going to start working on the rest of his setup and the HP manip.
So with Keizaron's attack, is this guaranteed at +6? Or
At +6 it should be guaranteed. I didn't see if he went to 6.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah. We'll find out.
Okay, yeah, so now it's Pokeguy's time to stall. He actually has a lot of health left, so he needs about 2 or 3 more turns.
And Keys got through the Dreadnought. Good job.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. I think he's gonna get in a pretty awkward... yeah, 8 is not enough. He's gonna X-defend, I think. Yeah. And now he can tank one more. Oh, okay.
Wow, okay.
You got to the 5% cutoff. So this is now 200 base power reversal.
Yeah. So one of the kind of interesting things about this fight, now that it's done, we can sort of stop talking about math. One of the interesting things about the fight is the Arrokuda there has a move called Aqua Jet, which is a priority move, like Quick Attack, but it's going to be water type. And sometimes, or I guess it doesn't really matter because you would use the X speed if you were outsped. But Extreme Speed is also a priority move, but it's actually a different priority tier. So it's actually going to always, no matter what your speed is, be faster than Aqua Jet. But either way, it doesn't really matter. The Dreadnought is the fastest thing on the field. So if you use the X speed, it's because you need to get rid of the Dreadnought. Or you need to outspeed the Dreadnought. So we see Keys fly again. Even with the bike, it's actually faster to fly from the gym to the Pokemon Center there. And then he's going to go here and meet with President Rose and Sonia and Oleana.
Yeah, nice victory dinner. After a rough water gym.
Yeah. So that is, I believe, just the one death in the run so far.
Yeah, one death. Maybe we'll see more death against Nessa later.
Yeah. Oh, Nessa. So now we see Hop again, but we're not going to fight him this time. And we're going to make our way down here to the herb shop. So in addition to items like potions and like full heals and things like that, antidotes, we can buy these energy powders and roots and herbs. And those basically act like potion or super potions, hyper potions, full heals, and revives. They are quite a bit cheaper than those counterparts, but the downside to using them is your Pokemon find them bitter or something like that, and they lose friendship. We don't care about friendship during this run. Sorry, Pokemon. So using those at a cheap cost is just the best way to do it. The same shopping trip would probably be close to 2 times as expensive if we bought the actual items.
Yeah, it's also pretty nice that there's a mark like that so early in the run.
Mm-hmm.
And get all the healing items pretty cheap right away. Ooh.
Yeah, so something that you can try to do here is you actually want to use Reversal again on the next fight. So by setting yourself up coming out of this fight with lower health can be beneficial. So we'll see how that goes.
Does this one shot on this health? No, right?
I honestly don't know. Let me check.
I think this is because this is now not below 10%. Well, yeah. Anyway, another encounter with Bead here. Another rival fight. There's so many rival fights during this run.
Okay, so Keys is actually slower here than the Ponyta, so he's going to go ahead and heal a little bit. And that gets him down underneath the 10% mark.
Okay, so I'm curious if this actually one-shots the Carkol now. Because after this there's a trainer that has only one Carkol and we don't really have a good move besides Reversal to kill it. But yeah, because we explained before that Reversal strength increases with lower health, they basically need a pretty good setup for that. Usually it's in 2 hits where you do one relative weak hit against the Carkol first, and then he puts you lower, and then you take him out. But I believe it's also possible to take him out right away if you're really low HP.
Yeah, it is still going to be a range, especially at Keys' attack, which is why he went ahead and saved, but if he can get it, that's a really, really quick fight.
Oh,
not quite.
So unfortunate. Yeah, that's his negative attack there, really working against him. Pretty unfortunate. So both runners have had 1 reset now. I didn't pay attention to Pokeguy's health, but
saving this game is very quick, but resetting can be a little bit slow. So Kei's opting to heal here, not go for that range again, and take a little bit more of a standard fight, but a little bit slower.
No, it's kind of tight again. Although probably Pokeguy has a little bit better HP setup, yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna see the difference, like that. The difference in HP right there that they just both dealt was not due to Kei's attack being worse than Pokeguy's. That is basically reversal at work. So Kei's not getting great damage done to him by the Carkol, so he has to opt to heal there. Go for another reversal, and then should live that, and then yeah, he should be able to kill from here.
Nice. And meanwhile, Pokeguy equipped the Silk Scarf, as we mentioned before, boosting normal type moves instead of the fire moves. And it's pretty useful for this fight to take out the Pokemon with extreme speed.
Yeah, it's actually convenient for this whole section coming up. There's this fight here. Like we mentioned, this is another one of those true double fights where it's going to be us and Hop against 2 Yell Grunts. But also the next few fights, we're going to be going into the Fire Gym, where we're not going to want to use our fire type moves, and reversal's not very good. So extreme speed is really going to shine from now for the next like 4 or 5 fights. And yeah, this fight, no matter what Pokemon you're using, this fight can. The Thievul here has Snarl, which can lower your special attack. The Lanoon has Lick, and it has, I think, Baby Doll Eyes, which will lower your attack. So no matter how we want to hit these pokes, there is something that is working against you. So Arcanine has a decent time at the fight. We set up an X attack there, and now we're just going to basically spam extreme speed. Linoon there on Kei's side used Sand Attack into the Wooloo, which is nice. I mean, it'd be nice if the Wooloo hit the Linoon and everything, but getting Sand Attack but not on you is actually really nice.
That's actually the reason that Arcanine doesn't take out the Linoon side first. Do you know? Because that's what we usually do in Sobble, unless we're faster, but because Linoon does so much damage and control with Sand Attack and Lick,
right.
I would have expected that. Better to take out Linoon and Pancham first, but yeah, I've not really. I don't really know why.
I honestly don't remember. I know that there's a reason.
I'm thinking of something that maybe that Thievul can do to you that's bad, but
yeah, let me see if I can see what its moveset is. I know you want to get rid of the Liepard ASAP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Kei's getting paralyzed, that's quite unfortunate. But he hits through.
Yeah, and luckily you do get full heal here, and Pokeguy running into.
Yeah, with a bike you are quite a little bit more, how do you say it, wide.
Yeah.
So it's harder to avoid them.
Yeah, and these Krogan can be annoying. Once they see you, they basically run after you. So if you end up, like, Kei's ended up with a Binacle there in the middle. If you end up with, wow, Kei's just getting robbed by that.
Stunfisk just rose up right as he wanted to turn. It's really close between both runners again.
Yeah. Like we said, both with death. Oh no, then Kei's hitting the optional there. So this guy's a spinner, as you saw Pokeguy get past, but Kei's didn't quite make it.
Yeah, maybe the cycle was a little bit off than he was used to.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I believe normally you just look right there when you get there. So I think pokeguy is gonna do something new here, not really something big, but you need great balls for the next gym, and he's gonna pick them up here instead of buying them and use the money for more. He used the money for more energy roots earlier on.
Okay, I like that. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I heard it from WSOP that picking them up there is a little bit faster than buying them too. But yeah, the only downside is you get 3 instead of 4 great balls. Not sure how likely the Vulpix is to get in.
Yeah, Key's having a hard time here with the optional.
Oh no. The Onyx keeps raising his defense. Let's hope he goes for Curse again, I guess. Yeah, okay. At least didn't kill him.
Alright.
Oh, okay. I actually saw to my screen that he lived on 1 HP, but I mislooked. Luckily didn't die there.
Alright, so Pokeguy now fighting Marnie for the first time, so this is another one of the gym challenges earlier. This fight's a little bit interesting. So the Croagunk has an ability called Dry Skin, which makes it not able to... I guess it makes it not able to be hit by water moves, which is why this fight can actually be a little bit tricky with the Sobble route. Requires a little bit more setup than normal.
Yep. Although it's not too much different setup because you need +4 anyway for the kill on what is it? Craft. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Or this one. Either of those needs +4. And yeah, that's also what you need for Croagunk.
Yeah, so one of the big level thresholds that we're looking for here is hitting level 24. So you see Pokeguy right at the end of that fight hit level 24. That is definitely necessary for this next part. So Pokeguy's about to enter the fire gym here, or after this little cutscene. And the fire gym's trial or challenge or whatever you want to call it is actually kind of unique, and I kind of like it. It's you're basically given the option of fighting 3 wild Pokemon, either a Litwick, a Sizzlipede, or a Vulpix, and you are fighting it with a partner. And whichever one of the two of you either deals the finishing blow on the Pokemon, so feints the Pokemon, or catches the Pokemon, is going to gain points. So you gain 1 point for defeating the Pokemon, and you gain 2 points for catching it. And you want to try and get to 5 points in order to fight the gym leader. So ideally what we do is we're going to encounter Vulpix and catch it. We're going to go over to Sizzlipede and KO it, and then we're going to go back to Vulpix and catch it again. That'll give us 5 points, catching 2 Pokemon and defeating 1. However, the Vulpix is level 24, and the Sizzlipede and Litwick are level 25. The Vulpix being level 24 is nice because, like I mentioned way earlier, Pokemon that are a higher level than you are like insanely hard to catch. Even if it is 1 level higher, it is a significantly harder thing to do. So being level 23 coming in here and trying to catch the level 24 Vulpix is just asking to waste a lot of time. But now that we're both level 24, the catch rate is more or less back to normal. And is pretty decently likely for us to actually catch it. So you can opt to YOLO ball and just throw great balls. Looks like Pokeguy is going to weaken the Vulpix a little bit before catching it. That just makes the catch rate so much better. Yeah.
And the NPC's Pokemon also helps a little bit with giving a... What? Oh, that actually broke out. Surprising.
Wow.
I'm not sure how likely it is to get in, but I believe it's really likely to get in Great Ball.
Especially down at close to half health.
Okay, so now he has only 1 Great Ball left for the next catch, which is, I guess, a tiny bit of a downside from picking up 3 instead of 4. But yeah, otherwise you still have Pokeballs, of course, but those don't make it more likely.
So here's the Sizzlepede here. Like we mentioned, or like I mentioned earlier, it's a competition here between you and your partner. So your partner here actually always uses the move Fake Out on you turn 1, which is going to flinch you no matter what turn 1. So we set up an X attack and try to make this a bit of a better range for us. You decided to use Coil there, which is unfortunate to say the least. Rose its defense. I've not actually seen Coil before, so that's unfortunate. But that's why that didn't one-shot. It's also, with bad attack, it can be a bit of a range as well. So we might see that live again on Keys' side. And then Pokeguy back over to a Vulpix for another catch.
Yeah, because Extreme Speed is only 5 PP, I believe he now has to use a reversal on either Ninetales or Arcanine.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually it's just 4 Extreme Speeds on a fight. Oh, and another Breakout.
Wow. That is...
And now he's only Pokeballs for this.
Yeah, between the Rookidee and these, this is pretty bad catch luck for Pokeguy.
Okay. Some chance for Keys to catch up if he gets his first ball.
This is Keys' first Vulpix, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
What is happening with these Great Balls? I believe it's really likely to get in. Okay, Pokeguy got it in his Pokeball. Okay, there's the catch for Keys as well. So that's a gym challenge for Pokeguy. He has all his 5 points now. And this fight is also not too bad for Arcanine because because he has Flash Fire, so the Ninetales where he sets up cannot really do much to you rather than quick attacking. The last Pokemon is a 2-shot, however, but even with a max move, that one also doesn't do too much damage to you. So unless you get like some real unfortunate crits, this fight is actually not bad at all.
Yep. And here the move Extreme Speed is going to shine yet again. We are going to have to, at least on Pokeguy's side, use Reversal for 1 turn, just because we need 4 moves and we only have 3 Extreme Speeds left. But the nice thing about using Extreme Speed is it's possible for the Ninetales and the Arcanine to outspeed you, but with Extreme Speed being a priority move, we don't have to worry about that. And being outsped, specifically by the Arcanine, can be a little rough, because the Arcanine has Bite, which can flinch you.
Okay, meanwhile, Keys is throwing his last Great Ball, so really hope that one gets in. Oh man. What is up with these Great Balls? Quite unfortunate.
Alright, there's the last catch for Keys.
Okay, so is Reversal not guaranteed there?
I guess not.
Oh no. He just healed for the max Pokemon, my bad. He went for... Okay.
So here over on Pokeguy's screen, you can see the... I guess this is the Gigantamax version of Centiskorch, so it's the first Gigantamax of the run. for the purposes of the speed run, the Gigantamax versus just normal Dynamax doesn't really matter. But there is a distinction between them in the game, so felt it appropriate to mention. I believe all of the gym leaders from now on are going to use their Gigantamax versions. Basically, the main difference is each Gigantamax has a unique move to them. So, I don't remember off the top of my head what the Centiscorch one is.
Me neither.
But ideally, we never see any of them because they all die in one hit.
Yeah, especially the Gengar on next gym is one to look forward to.
Yeah, the Gigantamax Gengar is really cool.
Yeah. There are some really creative ones in there.
But yeah, so that is the third gym down. So if you've been following the geography of Galar, you'll know that we sort of did like a little bit of a loop with the last 3 towns. And so we're back actually now in Motostoke, where we learned about the gym challenge about an hour ago. So now we're actually going to go back into the wild area, and the expectation is that we go through the wild area to the next town called Hammerlock. If you remember from the last time we were in the wild area, we don't like walking too much in the wild area. So we are going to once again die a horrible death to get ourselves warped to Hammerlock.
Yeah, especially that stretch to Hammerlock is a really long way. So yeah. It's really nice that we can just skip all of that.
Yeah, it's a really long way, and there's a lot of grass that you have to actually go through, which can have the wild encounters. So
yeah, doing all that on the bike without getting an encounter would be pretty impressive.
Yeah. So early versions of this route, specifically using the Excadrill, would actually catch Excadrill now. Again, we ran into the issues where it's going to be a higher level than us. Like, even when you're doing a Sobble route, or a Sobble start, instead of Arcanine, you're only going to be like level 28 or so here. And the Excadrill that you want to catch is between level 31 and 34. So it was... That was really the point where a lot of runners either gave up on Excadrill or were really trying to find other ways to make it work. We tried earlier Excadrill earlier Drillbur, where you would catch it after Nessa. The one in Galar Mine isn't very good because it's just a really low level, and it's not useful against the first 2 gyms. So. But the route we have now sort of works out really nicely. Right around the time when Arcanine would start to struggle, because it has a different experience curve than a lot of other Pokemon. It's in the slow experience curve, which means it gains levels a lot slower than others. So, like I mentioned, Sobble right now would be level 28. Arcanine's only level 25, and we used rare candies on it. So yeah, it's going to end up falling behind the level curve pretty soon. And one of the worst things you can do there is you actually have to say, I want to go to Hammerlock rather than to Motostoke. One of the worst things you can do is just say, I want to go to Motostoke again. You end up right back where you just died. That's what my PB did.
Or when you just press B there, I think also you don't get to Hammerlock, right?
Yeah, you say, no, I just want to stay right here.
Yeah, then you're really far away.
All right, so now pokeguy is back here in Hammerlock. So this section of Galar is kind of similar to the other one. It's not really a loop necessarily, but the first town that we went to was sort of like the last gym of the area. The 8th gym, the final gym, is actually in this town. It's right in front of Pokeguy right now. He's about to enter. He's not going to fight it now, but there's going to be a little bit of story dumping here.
Yeah, there's a lot of story progression here, yeah. I don't really know exactly what I talk about because I really don't look at it. Oh yeah.
I think that was another cutscene that got skipped right there. I read the dialogue for the first time since the first time I played, and he's like, "Take a look at my tablet," and then it went black, and then it just came back like normal. So I bet there was a cutscene there.
Yeah, probably.
Now
on to the next cutscene. Oh, wait, first shopping, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a place where you can actually buy XPs and other items like guards pack and accuracy that you cannot really buy at other places. So that's what we're doing here, as well as replacing reversal with Flare Blitz or whatever the name is.
Yep, Flare Blitz.
So that's like a physical fire move, but has recoil. But yeah, it's a really powerful move. Sometimes needed to kill strong folks with. And now more cutscenes.
Yep. This is the town of cutscenes. There's you come back here a couple times, and every time you're here, there's a lot of story.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a cool thing. Traditionally, Pokemon games have had like one town in them that are really big. So like I'm thinking of Gen 6, you've got like Lumiose City. Gen 5, there's a city like that I'm drawing a blank on the name. But in this game, you sort of have two, where you've got Motostoke, the town we were just in, is fairly large. It's got two different levels, like we saw the elevator. And then this town, which is really big as well. So here's Ryan, or Rayhan, or Raihan, or however you pronounce it. I'm going to call him Ryan because it just makes more sense to me.
I would say Rayhan.
Yeah, he's the 8th gym leader. I said Ryan, and then I'm like, wait, nobody else calls it Ryan except for me and Keys, so no one's going to know what I'm talking about. But yeah, he's the 8th gym leader, but he's going to teach us a little lore about the area, along with Sonia here. And then we'll fight him later and beat him down.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool gym fight, actually, because it's a double battle. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah, that gym is cool for a lot of reasons. The biggest one is... we'll obviously expand on it when we get there, but traditionally Pokemon gyms are all about like what type is it. So like we did the grass gym, the water gym, the fire gym. We're about to go do a ghost gym, like stuff like that. That gym, if you really wanted to characterize it, it's introduced to you as the dragon gym, but like of the 4 fights, I think 2 of them use a dragon. Or 3 of them use a dragon, and not even like the majority of the Pokemon you face are dragon type. Really, it's a weather type gym. So all the battles are going to be double battles, and each one is going to set up a different weather condition. And so it's a really cool thing that my guess is a lot of the more casual players probably weren't really prepared for, because you don't really deal with doubles or weather a lot when you're playing through casually.
Yeah, and actually Ryan also uses a different weather type when you face him later on. So it's actually pretty cool. He has like a lot of threats in his pocket. Pretty diverse gym leader. I've actually never really thought about it that way, yeah, but that's a good spot.
Yeah, and speaking of weather, the route here that pokeguy is on is honestly the part where the Sobble route starts to struggle slightly. There is a way to get through this area, and it's actually a really clever way. Right before you enter this area, you can get the move Rain Dance, which will change the harsh sunlight that is out into rain. But it does cost a turn to set up, obviously, and there's a lot of things involved there. But with our Arcanine here, the harsh sunlight, all it does is boost our fire type moves. So It's just perfect.
Yeah, for short runs, this is definitely my most hated section. Yeah, it's really annoying with the sun limiting your water moves. But other than that, I think also the grass here is really annoying with the Duckio.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you run into a Duckio here, which I did in PB as well, it's super annoying because they have like arena trap, and yeah, they are super fast too. If you run into one with Arcanine, you're just dead, right, or what?
Pretty much. I mean, you can probably kill it in 2 turns, but it probably kills you back. So.
Okay. Yeah, and it's so fast too.
Yeah.
And level 30 or something. Yeah, and I think they are just like really hard to spot in the grass too, because like they are basically the same color as the grass. So annoying.
Yeah, Gym Freak in the chat is right. We're really only mentioning the hard parts of the sword run, and we can probably do a better as time goes on of mentioning other parts. Really, Sobble through this section really holds up. Like the 2 runs are probably right around even at this point. I think Sobble might be slightly ahead here. I don't remember, but
yeah, it is.
But yeah, either way, like the 2 runs are really close together.
Yeah, Arcanine basically takes over at this split, but it wasn't my intention to mention Sobble bad as like a whole. I actually like the Sobble route a lot because I run it a lot, but it's more that so Sobble is like pretty steady over the entire run, but has like some hard sections to deal with, like here. So maybe like Sobble weakness would be that some fights are just like pretty struggle, whereas other fights he also like he basically has not like a huge issue with any fight. He can get through everything. Whereas Strength of Shield is that you basically have a good Pokemon for each section, because you catch like a new main whenever you can get it. But then the weakness is that the catches can be like pretty horrible.
All
so
right,
I guess that's the most difference, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw it. I missed it. Pokeguy just died to the metronome fight.
Uh-oh.
I think
totally missed it, yeah.
Looking at chat, he missed the range into metronome mud shot, which is just awful.
That is indeed awful. It makes the race a lot closer, though.
Yeah. But yeah, so here's we'll watch it again. So this trainer here has Clefairy and Clefable. Both of them are just going to spam metronome on you. I've actually not seen a different move used. But yeah, it's metronome can, pull any move from the game almost and use it. So you can end up with some really interesting fights. Or some really awful fights like we just saw here. But looks like he got the range that time, so we're good.
Nice. Second time with Charm. Yeah, but I think both versions have like a really interesting route. And also 2 entirely different routes with like super different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, the Sobble route is sort of, more consistently paced throughout.
Yeah, exactly.
Where this route is very much like, Arcanine steamrolls through this section, except for this fight that Pokeguy's about to go into. This fight is a thing. But like steamrolls this section.
on both versions, this fight is super horrible.
Is it really?
Yeah.
But yeah, it like rolls through some sections, but like you have to go out of your way to get the Arcanine. You have to go out of your way to get the Firestone, to get the Excadrill. But then you make up that time again. And like I mentioned at the very beginning, the 2 runs right now, the top times in each are about 2 minutes apart. So it's really not too bad. But here, this Sudowoodo here is probably my least favorite Pokemon in the game. We'll keep spamming Rock Slide, basically. So there are 2 different ways you can go about this fight. Pokeguy is doing the way that basically if you have better stats, and I think if you're he's level 28, so if you're a higher level, he's running into another counter. If you're a higher level, you can do where basically you go burn up into flamethrower on the Pseudo-Widow, burn up making you lose your fire typing, so that way Rock Slide does less damage. If you have pretty bad stats, you may have to go for reversal there. So instead of teaching Flare Blitz early, you would have taught it basically in this next town and had reversal for this fight. And you would try to manipulate your HP so that reversal will kill the Pseudo-Widow. The Pseudo-Widow also has the ability called Sturdy, which makes it not able to be one-shot. Not like your Arcanine's going to one-shot it anyway, but that's another thing to worry about.
Yeah, that makes the fight pretty annoying for Sobble as well, because you do not one-shot the Coughing, and the Coughing can explode on you or smoke screen. And then after he does that, you also have to deal with the Pseudo-Widow. So in the worst case, you would need to X-Defend there, then X-Accuracy, and heal to full. And yeah, it's a horrible Pokemon that they put in the game here. Something happened to Key.
Key's got crit by Rock Slide.
Oh man.
So luckily he saved before the fight.
Yeah, good call.
So pokeguy being a little bit low on health. Normally would want to Flare Blitz the Silly Cobra here.
Ooh, it goes big.
I've not seen this. This is not typically how this goes. It's not very powerful at least. Oh wait, he uses X defense because the Cramorant used dive. So.
Oh yeah. You made use of that turn to X-Speed and be faster than the Thwacky.
Yep. And as you can see, even though we're 2 hours into the run, Hop is still excited by super effective moves.
Oof. Okay. He survives that time around.
Nice. Yeah, for Arcanine, this the fight that Keys is on into the Hop fight that Pokeguy is on is just probably the two worst back-to-back fights in the game for this route. There is, I think, overall a worse fight later on, or at least, I guess, a more scary fight just because of where it's located in the run, where it's like at the three and a half hour mark, as opposed to now when it's only 2 hours in. But yeah, this section can be a little bit tricky. But now that Pokeguy's done with the Hop fight, he's going to move on to the first of two gyms that is different between the two games. So in Pokemon Shield, this is a Ghost type gym that we're going to be going into. In Sword, it's a Fighting type gym. The two gyms have the same puzzle. It's themed a little bit differently, but the puzzle is going to be identical between the two. So you don't have to learn a new puzzle if you switch between the two games. But the fights and obviously the gym leader are going to be different.
He's getting trolled by Fury Attack 5 times.
Dear diary. You know, Keys, at least you didn't get dive. Crit or something. Because that would be your luck.
This puzzle can actually be decently hard.
This is
at least hard to do perfectly, let's say it like that.
This is my favorite of the puzzles, personally. And it's like, it's the one that is the most skill-based.
Yeah, definitely.
Part of me wishes all the puzzles were as skill-based as this, but at the same time, you know, like I like the novelty of the puzzle. For speedrunning, I hate it, but I do like it.
It would actually be nice if we had like a category extension with the puzzles.
ILs for the puzzles.
Yeah.
I'd love it.
Well, pretty good first puzzle by Pokeguy.
Yep. So, fun fact about this fight. So this fight here is one of the reasons why Sobble chooses to run sword. But is actually a reason for two different reasons. So the Pokemon here are Pumpkaboo and Phantom, and they are grass ghost type Pokemon, which obviously Sobble would struggle a little bit against. But another interesting thing is this fight in Sword only has 2 Pokemon, where in Shield it has 3. So technically every Shield run is fighting 1 extra Pokemon than every Sword run. I don't know if the other trainers, like so we fight the only 3 trainers in this gym. In the other gym that is different between the 2, we only fight 1 of the trainers, and I think there are 4 total. So I don't know if any of those other ones have mismatched Pokemon counts, but it is interesting that between the 2 games, that trainer right there actually has different number of Pokemon.
Pokeguy bouncing off the wall there. Will not be happy with that.
Should probably just reset now, actually.
Yeah, so you control these things by spinning your joystick for anyone who has not played the game.
Yeah, and when you bounce off a wall, you bounce off the wall. It's like a bumper in pinball. It's rough.
It's really rough. He's also starting his first puzzle very soon. No pressure. Ooh, that's pretty good.
Okay.
That's clean. That's pretty clean.
I like it. I like it. Pokeguy going into the 3rd section, which in my opinion is the easiest of the 3.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a very clear-cut way through, and although it looks like it, you cannot go right here. You can't quite make it over that, so you do have to go left and go down here and get hit by the thing. In Sword, because this is a fighting gym, it's themed more like boxing gloves rather than monster hands, but the puzzle is completely identical, just different colors.
Yep. So we have changed up the sword route a little bit so that we are now in Talion before this fight already. Actually for the fight before this. And it makes it a lot easier because in Sword this fight has a Hitmonlee and a Hitmonchan. And they hit pretty hard, but when you're like the last evolved form of Sobble, so in Talion, it's a really easy fight. You just special attack and take them out both immediately. Before that, we had to X defend and get Torrent, and yeah, it's not fun.
Key's bouncing a little bit, almost fell down the left side there, but he did make it through. But yeah, so now Pokeguy is done with the gym challenge and is going to move on to the gym leader. So gym leader here is Alistair, ghost type gym leader. And the lead here is a Yamask, Galarian Yamask. So one of the first Galarian forms that we're seeing in the run. And honestly, it's not a bad lead to have. Because it basically will use one of 2 moves. It'll either use the move Disable, which while we're doing our setup, doesn't matter if it uses because we haven't used a move to actually get disabled. But it can also use the move Hex, which doesn't really do too much to us. But if it continues to use it over and over again, there's a chance we have to heal. But yeah, we should be able to just set up to +6 special. +2 speed, and then go from there.
So it's actually preferred that he just uses Disable there. We also need to keep our health in mind for the, what's it called, Mimikyu?
Right.
Because it has the Disguise, so you always have to hit it twice, and it has Slash. So I believe you want to be like a little bit above 30 to be fine for that.
Yeah, so we see pokeguy just healing there. Not too bad. Should be well above range of Mimikyu.
Yeah. Slash having a little bit higher crit rate, but yeah, he's also out of crit range now.
Shout out to Cursula. Love that thing.
Yeah. Climate change. Yeah, so that's the Mimikyu. Always doesn't take any damage on the first turn. Oh, but apparently it can get burned still.
I was gonna say, I'm like, really?
I didn't know that. Yeah. Never seen that.
So all that does is waste time.
Yeah, so fight, like, besides getting the extra burn tags, fights also tend to get like a bit laggier once there is a status condition in the fight. It's not too bad in this game though, but for example in Let's Go it used to be really bad.
Oh, it was awful in Let's Go. Yeah, so here's the Gigantamax Gengar. One of the cooler, in my opinion, one of the cooler forms.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Looks ridiculous, but I love it.
Look at that mouth.
Look at how fast it dies.
And it explodes.
Yeah, every Dynamax and Gigantamax when you defeat it just explodes on the spot. It's pretty great.
Yeah, it's really satisfying. Especially when you hit like Hydro Cannon with Inteleon on
Oh yeah.
Pokemon that you know that you die if you miss it, and then you see it explode. That's a good feeling.
So yeah, the game speeds up here a little bit. So like we sort of, you know, the first gym obviously took us an hour to get to. And then we did 2 and 3 kind of quickly after that, but not too bad. And then we had like a pretty long section between 3 and 4. The 5th gym is like right around the corner from us. We do have to do this little cutscene here. There's a Vandal destroying a rock face or something. I don't remember the exact storyline. But basically, we're going to run into another familiar face of somebody finally showing their true evil side.
Yep.
Look at that. I love Copperage. I think it's a good poke.
I just wanted to say, I think it's one of the best additions to Gen 8. It's such a nice Pokemon. Elephants are cool. I cannot even believe. Wait. I want to be careful with saying it, but I want to say I cannot believe that there wasn't an elephant Pokemon before, but we had Mama Swine, which gets like pretty close, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I think we can safely say this is the first elephant.
Yeah.
Dawn fan. Oh, yeah. Dawn fan. I think.
Yeah, I knew I was, when I was thinking it, I was like, okay, there's actually no way there wasn't an elephant before.
Anyways.
Yeah, okay. Never mind.
Whatever. Copperage is better.
Yeah, Keizaron is cool. The first cool elephant Pokemon, let's say that.
Yeah. Anyways, before we get booed out of here, so we're gonna go ahead and defeat Bede here. After the fight, Bede's gonna, or President Rose and Oleana and all them are gonna come by and basically kick Bede out of the gym challenge. Bede's gonna claim basically that he was just basically doing what Rose was asking him to do, but I guess he misinterpreted what Rose was asking for, so he's gonna get kicked out of the gym challenge for defacing this historical landmark.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused about this part because I kind of have a feeling that maybe this is what Rose wanted him to do, but then when they get like spotted doing it, he kind of just wants to look good and
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, because if you guys don't know it, the Rose there is not as upstanding as he might want you to seem.
Yeah,
So-
he will show some different sides later on. Then it's not all nice summer shorts anymore. Spoilers.
You guys are watching a speedrun and complaining about spoilers. You can't even read the text.
And that's even someone who has speedrun the game multiple times before who said spoilers.
Anyways, so behind the rock face are these sculptures. Sonia's gonna tell us a bit more information about the lore of the area. As you can see, there's a sword dog and a shield dog. We saw a shield dog earlier. Wonder if it's the same one.
Interesting.
So
Ooh,
now,
pokeguy with an executional error there.
completely
Bumping.
intended.
Bumping into the wall. So that's, yeah, so that's one thing of the bike. I'm not sure if we talked about it before, but the mechanic with the bike here is that after biking a number of steps, you get you get the opportunity to boost and go faster. But yeah, when you do that and you bonk into something, it's also, it slows you down a lot.
Yeah, it's like violently stops you. It's great.
Yeah. It makes it pretty cool because you need to be pretty good at handling it.
Yeah.
Choosing when to boost, etc.
Yeah,
like
like obviously when Pokemon games aren't tile based anymore, so it's not like you're moving from one tile to the next. So your movement is going to slightly differ from run to run, but even with that, you can usually after a few runs of consistent movement, you can predict when you're going to get boosts. One of the annoying things, though, that you may not be expecting is when you run into a trainer, or if you run into a loading zone or a wild encounter or something like that, your boost, even if you're in the middle of applying it, goes away. If you haven't applied it yet, it stays with you. But if you've applied it, it goes away. So a lot of times, you'll see a runner sort of hesitate and not boost right when they get it because they're about to enter a loading zone. And then when the area loads up next, then they're going to do it, or something like that.
Yeah.
So pokeguy going into the fairy type gym, and the gym. This is probably my personal least favorite gym challenge. It's more of a traditional, just fight your way through kind of challenge. You're given 3 fights here against opponents, and in the middle of each fight, Opal is going to ask you a question. And if you answer it correctly, you get a stat boost. If you answer it incorrectly, you get your stats lowered. What stats get boosted or lowered is consistent from run to run. So we know things like, I believe we get speed here, for example, for answering it correctly. Or no, this one's attack.
Yeah, this one's attack.
The next one I think is speed. But yeah, so that's actually useful, I believe, on this fight in particular, because that burn up wouldn't kill without the special attack boost, but now that you have one, it does.
Yeah, and sometimes when you don't need to boost, and for example the right answer is number 2, you can just keep mashing number 1. Yeah, because that's then, in that case it would be faster to do that.
Yep.
For example, on this fight with Intalon, we can always just answer this wrong because Intalon is super fast. I guess with Arcanine it kind of depends on your speed and whether it uses, I forgot the move, but...
Cotton Spore.
Oh yeah, Cotton Spore. But I believe with Pokeguy speed, yeah, he can just answer this wrong. And it's completely fine because he's still faster. But yeah, this is also probably my least favorite one. Because the questions just slow down the fight so much. But yeah.
I think even discounting the gym, I think this is my least favorite gym leader of the run in terms of the fight. Although I guess Piers is kind of bad too, but
what? Piers is my favorite, dude.
No, I don't mean aesthetically or anything.
Okay.
Purely in the speed run. Actually doing the fight. This fight sucks. It's not like a hard fight by any means, but there's just a lot of little things that can happen and go wrong that can really be bad. But here, here we're going up against a Morgrim. Ability of Prankster. Yeah, it has the ability Prankster, which basically means if it uses any status move, meaning a move that deals no damage, it is going to get priority. So Flatter is sort of like Swagger in that it will confuse you and raise your special attack. So because that doesn't actually deal any damage, it gets to go first.
Yeah, he has to heal it now. Okay.
Wow.
He went for it. He just wanted to show some big balls there. Maybe with the special boost, you can just kill it with burn up too, right? And not get the what is it? The recoil?
I don't know. Oh yeah, with the special attack boost for Flatter, you probably can, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, it'd be calced, but theoretically you can. Interesting. So yeah, we just have to get through those 3 fights, and then it's off to the gym leader.
Yep. So pokeguy quite a bit ahead right now, but after this gym will be the section where they will catch the drill burn that can shake things up a lot. We will get to that.
So first is this fight. So we're gonna see another Galarian form leading the charge here with Weezing. And Weezing is gonna start spamming Sludge against us. I think it has 2 attacking moves. It has Sludge and Fairy Wind. Fairy Wind not being very effective against our Arcanine, so it's gonna spam Sludge. Sludge obviously can poison us, so we want to get the Weezing off the field as fast as possible. If you do get poisoned, there is a backup you can do that involves Dynamaxing, but you may or may not see that.
And there's the poison, so I think pokeguy will go for that, yeah. The problem also is with, like, so even though it might be faster to, like, heal it off at whatever point, the problem is you get also more questions if you use up more turns. So I think, yeah, eventually it's just faster to Dynamax here. Let's see if he goes for that. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so now that he's Dynamaxed, Flare Blitz is going to be 140 power instead of 120, which doesn't really matter for the Togekiss here, but it's going to not give you any recoil, which is the important part. So being poisoned is... basically the poison plus the recoil was going to kill him, so you no longer has to worry about that. I don't know how much damage he's going to take from poison each turn.
Let's see.
He has 32. Alright, so he should be fine.
Yeah, he's fine. So yeah, because you were Dynamax for 3 turns, there's also less exactly those turns. Pretty nice. But yeah, as you can see, the entire animation... Wait... Oh yeah, there's only one more. Yeah. But yeah, the entire animation took pretty long. So Dynamaxing is quite slow, and usually it's faster to set up more turns. But yeah, he didn't really have a choice with the poison.
Yeah, and so here by answering the question correctly, he's actually going to get... Wait, that wasn't the attack boost.
No, that was defense. So I guess he could just have answered that wrong.
Guess so, yeah.
very big cake.
Yeah, so this is Gigantamax Alcremie. And now Keys is starting up the fight. So if he doesn't get poisoned, we'll get to see that version of the fight.
Yeah, that would be nice. And poison.
Sludge poison, yeah, sludge poison is basically 100%. So I think it's actually 30%, but it happens way more often.
Yeah. Kind of annoying.
Yeah, so it looks like Keys is going to opt not to do the Dynamax strat. He's going to go ahead and set up a little bit extra.
Interesting. Gonna root here. I think he will actually end up getting the third question. Which is a very interesting question too.
Actually, you know, he might... I'll have to see. He might Dynamax here, and just because he had the bad attack, he might have done the extra X attack. That may be what... Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Okay.
Wait, does he have enough health? Yeah, I think... Should be. Hopefully. Hopefully he has enough health for the poison ticks. It's close. But...
I think he's fine, because pokeguy took 9 HP of damage from poison.
Okay.
He's gonna have 2 turns. Yeah, so he should live with like
fine.
6-ish.
Yeah. Okay, so this will be the Drillbur catch, which is
a thing.
a thing.
Yeah, so here we're looking for Drillbur in the wild. It's gonna be an over counter, so we should be able to see it. However, Drillbur is very short, like physically short, so it doesn't really stick out of the tall grass very well. So it can be kind of hard to find. Now that we found one, Pokeguy's going to go ahead and change his date. That's going to change away from the weather pattern that gave us the Drillbur, and basically change it to neutral weather. However, like we mentioned way earlier, this Drillbur is actually too high of a level for him to catch. We can only catch Pokemon up to level 45, so that was level 47, so he can't catch that. And he can't catch this one either. You can tell basically by saying encountered a very strong looking Drillbur. Means he can't catch it, so.
Pretty crazy.
So if all of the Drillbur are gone, he might have to change his date back. The reason you change the date is you go from having Sandstorm here, which can be really annoying and slow for the for actually catching the Drillbur, to having just normal neutral weather. So that way you can use Burn Up on it or Flamethrower without killing it, like in Harsh Sunlight. You deal enough damage to it to actually make it more likely to catch, which you wouldn't in Rain. And you don't have to worry about taking damage from either Hail or Sandstorm. So Pokeguy getting unlucky again with another strong one.
Okay, this is Keys' chance. I couldn't get away, he's getting earthquaked and then he's down.
Oh man.
That's unfortunate. I couldn't get away again.
Yeah, so the whole reason that we take the here and way early on is because it's flying type, and if you encounter a Drillbur that's level 44 or higher, it literally cannot damage the Rickety. The only moves it'll have are Drill Run, which is ground, Dig, which is ground, Earthquake, which is ground, or Swords Dance, which is non-damaging. So if you encounter, like, let's say a level 44 Drillbur, you can just bring out the Rickety and just throw balls and not have to worry about it. All right, so yeah, good damage. And then Drillbur's going to go ahead and use Dig. So really the reason we need to go ahead and damage it as much as we do is it is a higher level Pokemon than us. You can see it is level 45 and we're level 35. So it's going to be a tough catch. Getting it down to red health seems to be roughly like 20% per ball, I guess. It's not very good, but it's really as good as we can get. We're also throwing dusk balls here, so the clock was set so it's nighttime. Dusk balls work better in nighttime in caves. So this is really our best chance to catch the Drillbur here. So now he's going to send out Rookidee. Because it's level 45, it doesn't have any moves that can hit it, so he can just sit here and throw balls. And Keys is, I think, encountering his first Drillbur.
Okay, so it's actually, in that case, would be pretty close now between the runners again, depending on how fast the catch will be.
Yeah, so his first Drillbur here is low enough level. It's actually the lowest level that he can get, which is 42. So let's see.
Oh man, pokeguy had it break out at the last tick there. Oof.
Dang.
Oh, maybe not last tick. No.
Yeah, and so if Keys' Arcanine does die, he does not have the luxury. Like, he can bring out the Rookidee, but the Rookidee can get hit by Rock Slide. But
and Keys is ahead. Keys is ahead again because he got it. Drillbur. What a race, boys!
This is insanely bad luck for Pokeguy. Like, this should be not nearly as hard as this.
Only 4 extra ducks balls too. Oh man. Yeah, it's really because of the weird catch rate in this game that is with the higher level Pokemon. But yeah, as Etiquette said, it should not be this hard. It should get in at some point, so.
Yeah, and obviously we don't have it confirmed yet, but through our testing, it doesn't seem like the level difference between your Pokemon matters. So like his catch rate here with the Rookidee, which is level 8, is the same odds he was getting with the level 35 Arcanine. It's just awful luck.
And maybe Pokeguy should have saved actually. Because he's just gonna run out of balls too.
He's got Pokeballs to throw, but this is gonna be even less like.
Oh man. Oh, this is. Oh, this just hurts. This is really troll. From the Drillbur there.
This Drillbur's at like 1 HP.
Yeah, so this is where we can kind of point out a weakness of this route and kind of the reason why Sword now still has the fastest time, I guess, is because it's just really hard to get a good run with a good catch.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah. The shield route is really fast. It's just the catches that are struggle. Well, not the catches, just this catch specific. Oh, okay, so you're doing Keizaron stats, right?
Yep, and I'm looking at him right now. Okay, so 90, 41, 90.
Well, you have the time to check. Pokeguy is gonna be there for a while. Okay, so the problem here now is that he just doesn't have any Dusk Balls left. So with this Pokeball, it's really struggle to get it. Is it ever gonna get in though? It's only 11 more balls. Okay, 1 shake, 2 shake, 3 shakes.
Oh, yes!
In a Pokeball.
He got it!
Let's go. It's so good.
Wow, that's crazy. How many Pokeballs did he have left?
10 or so.
He threw 11 Dusk Balls and
then
10 Pokeballs.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow.
Well, we have a race again.
Yeah, I know.
Look at him smiling.
Wow. Keys with the thumbs up. Oh, man.
No man, indeed.
By jumping in, but let's go, pokeguy.
Yeah, what's up, Keys?
Oh, man. Wow. It's insane.
Oh man, indeed. Well, spices up the race a lot. We have seen quite some lead changes. Oh man, I actually forgot to look at the stats. But we'll get another chance, I guess.
Yeah.
I assume they will use 2 candies, right?
Yeah, I know Keys did.
Yeah. So how are Keys' stats? Are they any decent or?
Yeah, they seem to be at least mid-range, mid to high range for attack and speed. I missed his ability, which is important.
Okay.
So Excadrill can have either the ability Sand Rush or Sand Force.
Yeah.
Sand Rush is an ability that in Sandstorm will double his speed, and in Sand Rush with Sand Force, if he's in Sandstorm, it will give him a 30% boost to his attack stat. So he's actually Sand Rush, which is, in my opinion, the better one.
Yeah, I think so too. So, the Drillbur that Pokeguy caught was level 45, which is the highest possible level to catch. So, I think that also has some kind of benefits to it as well.
Yeah. One of the nice things, so you have either 1 or 2 rare candies to use here on the drill. And one of the nice things with the level 45 is you can get away with just 1. You have to use at least 1 rare candy, because if you don't use 1, that you're not in a drill. But you can definitely get away with only 1. And it also it's gonna have the same kind of thing as Arcanine, where eventually the levels start to even out. But it does make a couple of ranges a little bit nicer.
Okay. So Pokeguy flashes stats kind of quickly. So I only saw his attack, and attack looks pretty good as well, actually. A little bit above average. I'm not sure if he equipped Soft Sand, because I still saw it in his bag. So.
Alright, so Keys at least has neutral attack. I didn't get to see the rest of his stats. Ideally, your Excadrill will have a plus attack or a plus speed nature, with the minus nature being special attack. You don't use any special moves throughout the run, so it's not important at all. And this is the route we were talking about earlier, with very hard to bike through this route if you want to try.
Wait, did Keizaron forget Smart Strike there?
I think he did.
But yeah, this route is horrible. There are so many Pokemon that are in the little areas, and some Pokemon aggressively walk through you. Pokemon Sword actually has 25% on Girder, whereas Shield has 10% on those, and those are like pretty hard to dodge and also aggressively walk through.
So I don't know.
Yeah, he's going back.
He's running back. Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely a bit of a time waste, but just wanted you guys to see the route twice. So.
Yeah. I've never seen this one backwards, so that's also pretty interesting.
I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't even know how to do this backwards.
Oh, I'm getting trolled by the bird there as well. Oh, and meanwhile, Pokeguy is missing a range there. What's happening?
Oh, he doesn't have the soft sand on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so that's it. So I was right. He didn't equip it. Silly Pokeguy.
I was gonna say, because so I remember I calced the fight, and the only way to miss the range on the Rillaboom is if you have 0 IV minus attack at level 44. Like, it's not... like, if you have 1 IV minus attack at level 44, you hit the range all the time. So I looked at that and I was like, whoa, wait.
It makes it actually quite interesting that he even missed it without soft stone. Should still be, with decent attack, should still be quite favored, I guess.
Yeah. So Key's correcting his mistake and running into nothing. I don't know where that Bronzong came from.
Oh. Maybe that's like one of the explanation point accounts, but it looked like it triggered like so much faster than it normally would. It's really weird. Yeah, this is the definitely the route of horror. It's so annoying with all these little Pokemon.
Yeah, this is the other day a runner by the name of Wartap. Who, shoutouts to him for basically creating a lot of the sword route.
Yeah. He did so many calculations for that and stuff.
Yeah, he had a decent paced run. It wasn't an amazing pace, but it was decent paced run. Get through here, and quite literally from the fight that Pokeguy's on until the end of the route, hit 6 encounters and 2 optional trainers. It was something else. Needless to say, that run ended there, but
yeah.
So now Keys is on his way to Sirchester, where the 6th gym, the Ice type gym, is, and this is the second gym that is different between the 2 versions. So in Sword, you'd be facing a Rock type gym.
Yeah, which makes it really easy for Inteleon as well. Inteleon blasts through the gym.
Yeah, and honestly, if you have Excadrill here, you blast through the gym too. So this gym, the actual gym trainer that's necessary isn't too bad, but the gym leader can be kind of tricky if you don't know what you're doing. But Pokeguy getting an encounter there. This route sucks. There's just no other way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah, and the puzzle in this one is also the same. This is also one of my favorites, I would say. Like, it's definitely not challenging.
I hate this puzzle.
Oh, really?
Well, no, I like it as a puzzle. I don't like the third room, just because I think gimmicks like that aren't my cup of tea, but I understand why they can be seen as good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just pretty cool that you can just run through there without... Basically, when you have done it a few times without like having to stop and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, it just feels good. Like, I struggled a little bit, like, casually finding where the hell to go, and then now you can just run through it. I must say, I think what you said about the third room, I tried Shield today, and I find it actually a little bit harder to see
in Shield?
The room. Yeah, than in Sword, because I don't know.
Thank you.
It's so bright.
Yeah, I've done it in both games now. I actually did it for the first time in Sword like 2 days ago. But every time I saw a video of it, wow, Pokeguy hitting the phalanx there. Every time I've seen a video of it, I was always like, oh, it's definitely harder in Shield. It's definitely harder in Shield. And I think it is after doing it twice.
Yeah, I had the exact same feeling. Like, it's just so much brighter. Like, my cue for where to go are the rocks, right?
Yep.
And the rocks are super easily visible because they are like gray in Sword. And the gray is just so much different than the sand color.
Right.
And here it's just the same color. It's just so hard. But yeah.
Yeah, so the gimmick here, which you're actually really not going to see because, well, hopefully not going to see because the runners should be able to avoid them, is you have a dowsing machine that can tell you that there's a hole in front of you. And if you walk over one of those holes, you're going to fall through. So once you get to the end of each room, it's going to reveal where all the holes are. So you can see if Keys had walked in any of these places, he would have fallen through. It's not like Wallace's gym in Gen 3. There's no trainers below.
Right.
Yeah, that's awful. You just end up with going back to the last checkpoint you were at. So any of these platforms here that have the little striped pattern on them, or the main platform at the beginning. But the third one here, the gimmick is that you are in the middle of a blizzard and cannot see, and it is awful. But one of the nice things is this puzzle is identical between the two games. So if you were a shield runner and you switched over to sword, or if you're a sword runner and switched to shields, you'll be able to do the same puzzle. It's just going to look a little different. But Key's making it through, falling twice, but that's honestly not too bad. Falling does waste time, but not as much time as it could. Now Keys is done.
Yeah, this gym fight is really interesting because, they will use both Pokemon for this fight, both Excadrill and Arcanine.
Yep. So the Ice Cube, which is one of the new Gen 8 Pokemon, that Melanie's going to send out third, has an ability kind of like Mimikyu's Disguise. Where it won't take damage the first time it's hit. However, that is only the case if you use a physical move on it. If you use a special move, it will take damage. So what we do is, instead of using Excadrill for the entire fight, we're going to use Excadrill on the first Pokemon, which is a Frostmoth. We want to get that off the field ASAP because it has a move called Icy Wind, which is going to lower our speed. So we get rid of that as soon as we can. Which just so happens to be turn 1. And then we're going to switch out on the Galarian Darmanitan. And the idea here is we want to bait it into using Fire Fang. It's, an ice-type Darmanitan, but it still has its fire moves, so we want to bait it into using Fire Fang here. So he's going to Swords Dance. It's going to use Taunt. Now that it's used Taunt, it's basically guaranteed to use Fire Fang, so we're going to switch into Arcanine. And Arcanine is going to get hit by this Fire-type move. Because we're Flash Fire, we're going to get a boost to our Fire-type moves, and now we are basically going to finish our setup. We have a boost to Fire moves, and sweep, basically.
Yeah.
Really nothing else to it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool that all the way until the end, the Arcanine stays pretty important. There are a few fights where he still comes out.
Yeah, and so we use the X speed there. Darmanitan is fast. We want to make sure we outspeed it. And then we're going to use Flamethrower there. We use Flamethrower against the Ice Cube because it is a special type move, which means it's going to hit through the Ice Face or whatever the ability is called. And then the last poke is the Gigantamax Lapras, which we will Flare Blitz.
Yeah, and then just let the Arcanine die, but still win because, of course, we have Excadrill in the party as well.
Right. And I don't know if this is ever a range. If it is, we might learn today because Keys has the low attack, but if it does end up living, the Arcanine can the Excadrill can easily finish up.
Yeah, should be faster than Lapras.
Yeah. Old versions of this fight were awful. Let me tell you.
Okay, got it.
There we are. There's the exploding Lapras.
Yeah, so as we mentioned in Sword, this is a rock-type gym. And that's pretty easy for Inteleon. It's just like an X special attack and then you can kill everything despite whatever IV you have in special attack. It's a really good gym.
Yeah, I've actually looked at Excadrill and Sword, and the fight for Excadrill there is not too bad either. You can kill the Barbaracle first turn, but then you do have to Sword Stance on the Stormjourner or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah.
But that has Rock Slide, so you end up getting slower, and yeah. But it's honestly not a bad fight at all for Excadrill. So if somehow Excadrill could be gotten easily in Sword, that would be nice. But
yeah.
I don't think the time you're gonna waste to actually get the Excadrill at that point might not be worth it, because you wouldn't be able to use the Arcanine. Because actually, I don't know if we mentioned it, but Growlithe is only available Sword early, or in Shield early.
Yeah, I think we
Sword,
mentioned a little bit the exclusives. Yeah.
Yeah. You can get Growlithe in Sword. It's just not available until much later.
Yep.
Yeah, so here we get to have a nice meal, I guess, with Sonia and Hop. And then we're going to go into our 7th rival fight. And probably my least favorite, purely because of weather.
Oh, that one is so good in... Okay, so I guess we'll keep making comparisons with Sword and Shield. So that one is so good in Sword. Because Inteleon has Rain Dance at that point.
Oh, you do.
Yeah, and you just set up an X special attack first, then make it rain, and then just don't get affected by hail. And yeah, and have the water type boost as well. Pretty good.
That's so nice. Because, like, this fight's not at all, like, dangerous or anything. Like, it can be a little bit trolly because the lead has Growl, which can lower your attack. The real headache here is it's hailing, which means your Pokemon's going to take a little bit of damage each turn. But not just your Pokemon, Hop's Pokemon too. So that just wastes quite a bit of time.
Yeah. I guess this fight could also a little bit be troll with Growls. He gets a Growl there.
Yeah.
For one is fine, I guess. You can just go to +5, but hopefully not another one. Okay, that girl's good.
Yep. And so, mentioned back at the beginning, one of the reasons we picked Scorbunny is so our rival has the Rillaboom. If our rival had either Cinderace or Inteleon, we would have to Speed here too, which would give the double another chance to use Growl, which just wouldn't be ideal. So he's making pretty quick work of this. He is going to have to worry about, there's a Corviknight coming up that he's going to have to set up another Swords Dance on, but it's not terribly dangerous. It's just a bulky Pokemon that you don't have a good move for.
Yeah, a few Rock Slides to hit here and there as well. But they're not disastrous if they miss, I believe. And even if you die on like the Corvus Squire, I think Arcanine can also finish the job.
Yep.
But yeah, there will be some fights later on where hitting Rock Slide will be significantly more important.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Rock Slide is, I think, in the entire run, the only move that is not 100% accurate. And so because it's Pokemon and not 100% accurate, it's 50% accurate.
Definitely how it feels, yeah. Wartop has made a Hall of Fame in his notes where he writes down people who died to missing Hydro Cannon in the late game.
Nice. Oh, that's what they were talking about in the Discord.
Yeah, yeah. That's all
hole. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. It's kind of fun. All right, so now that Hop is down, we're gonna get to leave Sir Chester here and go basically onwards to the next town, and get stopped by Team Yell along the way. There's this annoying dancer girl there. There's a couple of consistent ways to pass her, but if you don't know what you're doing, it's really easy to hit her.
I haven't tracked pokeguy stats at all, by the way. I should probably look at like speed after this, maybe.
He definitely has better HP than Keys. Keys has 0 IV speed. Or not speed, HP, sorry.
Yeah, and there's a miss from Pokeguy's side into Bubble Beam.
That thing has Bubble Beam?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
What? Why?
At least I think I saw Bubble Beam. I don't even know the typing of that though.
It's pure electric.
Okay. 100 speed. Okay, so both attack and speed seem to be kind of average.
Yeah. I think Keys has, it looks like it's 24 attack and 18 speed. I haven't looked at a single other stat, so I'm starting to do that now.
I think the calculator goes to level 50, so I have one more chance to get the info. Well, yeah, not too bad stats. That's good at least.
Yep. So here, Keys is going to be getting the water attachment to the bike. And so he's going to go ahead and go across the water. There's no HMs in this game like there have been in previous games.
Ooh, and he gets attacked by Mantike, and there was another Mantike in the air. And
he might get hit by the second one when this one.
It would be hilarious.
Oh, okay, good.
One disappeared. Okay, nice.
So yeah, there are actually a couple of different ways that you can go through this route. Keys is actually doing a way that I don't typically do.
Yeah, I also go the right way.
You go the right side, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, another one.
Shoutouts to Clobbopus.
Yeah, I believe the right side is a little bit faster, but yeah, I heard some people say that the left side is easier to avoid encounters, although that's personally not been my own experience.
Same.
But yeah, I think the left side is a little bit more narrow, so it's harder to avoid. But on the other hand, as long as you know where to go, where the places are where the Pokemon typically do not spawn, then I guess it's fine.
Yeah, so Keys opting not to bike through there. It's obviously a bit slower than biking, but there's always a static encounter down there, and it's usually in a random spot. So just opting to, after you hit those 2 encounters, to just take it slow and go through there. And now we're going to fight Marnie for the second time here.
Right, it's only Marnie too, yeah. Yeah, this fight is not too difficult. I believe you have to hit 1 Rock Slide though.
Yeah. PP management is pretty tight through this section. Otherwise you would just Earthquake the Pokemon that you Rock Slide. But yeah, you really don't want to end up, using the wrong move. Luckily, your Rock Slides aren't tight. As you can see, Pokeguy taking the right path through that route.
Let's see if he goes for the candy. No, he's not. Okay, so he discovered recently that there's like pretty fast to get candy there. But doesn't need it.
So yeah, if you end up using an extra Smart Strike or Earthquake through this section, you are in for a bad time. What did he use? Rock Slide?
Yeah, accidentally used Rock Slide.
Oh.
Okay, well, at least Sucker Punch does do nothing. So he's fine.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, if he had misclicked and hit Earthquake, for example, that would have been really bad. But because he clicked on Rock Slide PP isn't too tight, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I guess if you're missing an Earthquake, you would have to Rock Slide the, what is it, Scum Tank?
Yeah.
Or if you want to be safe, you could also center like right here in front of this. So. Both runners on the same fight now, although Keys is done. And pokeguy just started. But yeah, the other thing really nice about Excadrill is that he has Sword Dance, so you actually also save a little bit of time by not having to return and buy extra X attacks, because you can just do everything with Sword Dance.
Yeah. There are a couple of cases where you're not going to want Swords Dance, even though you want to boost your attack, and one of those is actually going to come up real soon with the gym leader fight here. But also in double battles, you can use X items from one slot into the other slot, so that's going to be useful as well, because there are going to be a couple double fights coming up. So yeah, this section here can be it's definitely not like dangerous or anything like that, but if you have bad speed and get outsped by stuff, you can definitely waste quite a bit of time. So you ideally have decent speed. It looks like Keys just got outsped there. He has decent speed, but he did get the lowest level drill burst, so that's probably contributing there. Also, this isn't a traditional gym, so this is the gym. He's going through the battles, even though they're Team Yell Grunts. The gym leader here is Piers, who doesn't conform to normal standards. Doesn't like Dynamax, so like you or him cannot Dynamax during the fight and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's like, it's so alternative. They wanted to make this group a little bit edgy, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool. The format of this gym is also so simple. It's just like one straight line and people just stop you to fight them.
Yeah. It's another one that to me I don't really like, because it reminds me a bit of the fairy type gym, where it's just like, here are some forced you have to do, where they could have been a little bit more creative, but at the same time, like the overall aesthetic of it's kind of cool, because it's sort of like a side scroller beat 'em up kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's just, to me, it gets overshadowed by some of the cooler gym designs, like the ghost gym or the grass gym. Also, since people are talking about it in the chat, the female is run because it's preference. There are games, Gen 6, Gen 3, etc., that the girl is faster, or the boy is faster, but this is not one of those games. It's purely preference.
And some games they even in some games they even pick the slower character because they like it. For example, Fire Red Leaf Green.
Yep.
The girl is slower, but still pick the girl.
Yeah, it is interesting how almost all of the games actually have one of them being faster for like a like in Fire Red Leaf Green, for example, the difference is like selecting it. But they're almost all of the games have an actual reason why they are faster. Like Gen 3 and Gen 6 are because your gender determines the gender of your rival, and your rival's Pokemon are going to have different like natures based on which one it is. And in Gen like the Gen 4 or the Gen 2 remakes, for example, the girl trainer like messes up the catch tutorial. So if you pick the boy, you lose time because the girl rival, has to do the catch tutorial twice, and little stuff like that. In Gen 7, the girl character gains a makeup case, which is like an 8-second time loss.
Wow, so weird. I didn't even know that.
In Crystal, it's the old joke was that the girl's sprite loaded faster, and then that actually ended up being the case.
Yeah, the back sprite. Yep. And in Gen 4, the girl just talks more.
Yeah.
Like, if the girl is the NPC, so you want to be the girl so that she can talk.
Oh man, I think Gen 5 it's identical between them. It's like the only game, or that and like Fire Leaf Green.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, and in this game it's completely identical because selecting them is no part of the timing process. So.
I ended up testing it and it's not different. I actually thought that the girl might be slower because if you look at her, every time she does the run from the gym, like, so she goes up to the gym and says I want to battle, and then goes off and changes, and then when she comes back she like does this weird thing with her hand and her hair. And I thought that animation wasn't as the boy, but I watched a boy run and it was the same animation. So for like half an hour I actually thought the girl was slower just because of that one animation.
Yeah.
All right, so now that we talked about completely unrelated things throughout that entire gym, here's the gym leader Piers. And actually both Pokeguy and Keys are going to be going into it at pretty close to the same time, with Keys still ahead. This fight here can go a lot of different ways. This is one of the cases where we're going to use an X attack rather than Swords Dance on turn 1, and the reason for that is ideally the Scrafty that we face goes for Fake Out. And Fake Out will always cause you to flinch if it's used on the first turn that the Pokemon's out, so we use an X item, that way we can get our Sword Stance off. It has the ability Intimidate, which lowers our attack, which is obviously less than ideal. So we want to get rid of the Scrafty ASAP. We also want to get rid of him because he has Sand Attack. So getting rid of him is crucial. And then next comes the Obstagoon. Obstagoon is the evolution of Galarian Zigzagoon, so it's one of the new pokes. And he has a couple of annoying traits. He has a move like Protect, basically that is called Obstruct, and if you hit him with a contact move, it actually lowers your defense. He also has Throat Chop, which isn't too damaging, but if you take too many of them, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, it would likely have to heal.
Yeah, Keys has to heal.
Yeah, for Sucker Punch later on.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be totally fine.
You'll probably get Obstruct. Yep. Bad luck, but happens.
So that was also his last Earthquake.
Yeah, that was his last Earthquake. So since Obstruct ate one of the Earthquakes, he's going to have to Rock Slide the stun tank. Not the worst thing in the world, because usually it either goes for Sucker Punch, which is going to hit you anyways, or I guess it can go for Screech, but
always scary, yeah.
Ideally he just hits the Rock Slide.
And Pokeguy did not get Obstruct, so it gains back a little bit of time. I really like the theme of this fight, by the way.
Yeah.
Pretty well designed.
Alright, and he hit his Rock Slide, good. I realized as I was saying it, I'm like, I should not be saying any of this stuff about him missing Rock Slide before he does it. Because that means it's going to happen.
Yeah. So Pokeguy will not have to deal with that because he still has one Earthquake left, I think.
Yeah, he should. All right, so now we're gonna go right from the 7th gym right into the 8th gym. There is some plot that happens, but it's mainly one of the things that's kind of interesting about this game story-wise is there are a lot of things that happen during the course of the game that the game basically tells you not to worry about. So it's sort of like you're working on your gym challenge. Don't worry about that explosion that just happened. Which to some people is a little, I don't know, against the spirit of Pokemon, where it's always been like, I'm going to save the region or whatever. But then, you know, when that does happen, people always complain that, you know, why is a 10-year-old kid saving the region? So it's kind of nice that they sort of, you know, threw that in there as like, here, don't worry about this. There was just this giant explosion. Like, it just happened on Keys' screen. There was a big explosion, but we're just not going to worry about it. And you're going to continue and go get the 8th gym.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, yeah. I never thought about it that way. Well, yeah, it's mainly Leon who tries to solve everything.
He is the undefeated champion, after all.
Some execution here as well, getting past all these people.
I like that movement. It's so simple, but it's like, it's just nice.
Yeah. I used to just mount off the bike there and walk through the people, but then it turned out this was faster to stay on the bike.
Yeah. Fun little fact, you actually, so when Keys exited the tunnel, he moved like a pixel. You actually have to move there before you can trigger that cutscene. One of the first runs I did, I exited the tunnel and just sat there because I knew that the cutscene was coming. And a Lipard, it like spawned and immediately just gunned right at me. It's like, if I had moved a pixel to the right or to the left, I would have been fine. But because I had stayed still, it came at me and got me an encounter.
Yeah, it's funny how some Pokemon are so aggressive. Like, there are Pokemon who run away from you, and there are Pokemon who do nothing. There are Pokemon who run at you. The Lipard runs super fast.
Dude, it's faster than like your bike. It's insane.
Yeah. The funniest one is Tyrogue. In one of the first routes, if Tyrogue runs after you, it looks so funny.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
All right, so here after this little story dump, we're going to go ahead and enter the 8th gym. And like we mentioned earlier, this is a gym that specializes in double battles. And also each trainer is going to set up a different kind of weather as well. The weather's not really going to come into play for any of them, except for under some stats. Well, no, I guess the weather's really not going to matter too much except for the actual gym leader fight. So it looks like Keys is going to go here and opt to get a couple more healing items. He may have been running low. One nice change that they made here is every gym has a Pokemart, like, in the gym. So either right before or right after a gym leader, you can easily pick something up if you need it. They also made it so entering a gym and exiting a gym gives you a free heal, which is an interesting choice on their part. It's really nice for speedrunning, but it's kind of an interesting one.
Yeah, although, so I talked a lot with Wartap and all the routing and stuff, but he wanted to try to like extend Torrent for like a long period of time. He had like a really nice setup going. And at that point, we didn't realize yet that going into gyms also healed you, or... So that would actually have been nice if, for example, with Intellion, we could have kept it for the Opal gym, for all the trainers there.
Okay.
But it just wasn't meant to be. Yeah, so that's like maybe a tiny downside, for example, if you want to extend Torrent or something. But yeah.
Yeah, so first double battle here, and actually both of the runners are right there, so we get to see it both times. First one here is going to specialize in rain. Pretty straightforward fight. The Sliggoo there can live if you have bad attack, and it's just an easy little cleanup there. Obviously, Rock Slide can miss too. Second trainer here is going to go for Sun. And depending on your speed, this fight can be a little bit scary. But there's obviously a way to mitigate that by just using an X speed. Something that happens in this game that previous games didn't happen is speed actually updates mid-turn. So prior to this game, speed is basically set at the beginning of a turn. So if your speed changes at all during the turn, whether it be by an X item or an ability, getting paralyzed, anything like that, it wouldn't actually update until after the turn was over. Now it updates right away. So if you use an X speed on the Excadrill, for example, it will then outspeed everything on the field, even if it didn't ahead of time.
Yeah, that's really convenient.
Yeah.
Like he's accidentally X-defended the Excadrill instead of the Arcanine. So he will have to revive that for the last battle. It's really close now.
Yeah.
Only like half a fight apart.
Yeah, so last trainer here specializes in Hail. And this is the longest of the 3 fights, but honestly, it's 1 extra turn. And yeah, basically, this is where the Arcanine actually gets to help in a meaningful way. He's going to use Flamethrower and obliterate the Abomasnow. And then ideally what actually happens here is the Arcanine will die. So you want the Excadrill here is going to use Earthquake, and the Arcanine's going to die. And the reason for that is right after this, you get teleported into the room with where you're about to go face the gym leader, Ryan. And the game will give you a full party heal if you only have 1 Pokemon available. They basically don't want to like force you out of the gym because you need to revive or something like that. So they give you a complete party free heal, which just saves extra menus and stuff like that. And you want to be at full health. So this fight here is going to be different depending on if they have a Sand Rush or a Sand Force Excadrill. The better fight, in my opinion, is the Sand Rush one. And that's what Keys is going to have. With Sand Rush, you're going to outspeed the Flygon. Or if you had really high speed with Sand Force, you would also outspeed. But you're going to outspeed the Flygon so you can actually KO it turn 1. And the reason you want to get rid of the Flygon first is because it's going to spam the move Breaking Swipe, which I believe is a new move in Generation 8. But it's going to hit both targets on the field, and it's also going to lower both of their attacks. So with Excadrill being a physical attacker, we don't want our attack to be lowered. Also, the gimmick here is Sand Storm. Sorry, forgot that part.
Yeah, I love how Rain is bragging there about his sand, but there's like an Excadrill right in front of him.
Haha!
Okay, good job, buddy. Yeah.
Goodbye, Flygon.
Yeah, so in Sword we use Icy Wind here, turn 2, and it's really satisfying if it hits both of them, because Icy Wind can exchange it. No, it's not like it.
So Arcanine getting KO'd there is interesting. The Sandaconda here, I believe, is not a guaranteed one-shot. At only +2, so he's gonna have to.
Oh man. That's frustrating. What will he do? Yeah, he's just gonna wipe.
Smart, yeah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. So what happened there? Did the Arcanine just get taken out by?
Yeah, so the Gigalith ended up using Rock Blast, I think it was, against the Arcanine and KO'd it.
That's interesting.
Right. Usually the Gigalith goes for the body press that he ended up getting turn 2. Usually goes for body press against the Excadrill. And one of the reasons Body press is actually a really cool move too. It was also introduced in this game, where it actually uses the user's defense stat as its attack stat. So because Gigalith has such a high defense, it ended up doing quite a bit more.
Pokeguy getting through the fight, taking over the lead again after that unfortunate situation for Keizaron where Arcanine got taken out, and in that situation you cannot use the Arcanine anymore to set up extra attack.
Yeah, you basically want the Arcanine to still be alive. That way you can use another X attack. If you were Sand Force, for example, you wouldn't have to worry about it because at +2 the Sandaconda will die. But where Keys was only, at +2 without Sand Force, that wasn't guaranteed, and he basically would have just been in the same position, but with a dead Gigalith in front of him. Like the Duraludon, or however you pronounce it, Duraludon, would be out there, and you'd be slower than that because of the paralysis, and you'd probably be dead there too.
Yeah, so Pokeguy will now soon be heading to Victory Road. Victory Road looking a little bit different than other games as well. But I think it's quite cool. So it's a little bit shorter and yeah, not quite a puzzle. It's more like a long straight hill to the north.
Yeah. Yeah, so now on Keys' side, since the Arcanine did live turn 1, he was able to set up the extra X attack, kills off the Arcanine with Earthquake because he no longer needs him, and then moves on. I know Keys mentioned in the chat we have that he's having some controller issues, so if we see dropped inputs, that might not be uncommon to see those.
Yeah, it's always frustrating to have technical difficulties, yeah.
Yeah, he says none of his shoulder buttons are working at all. So one of the things that people may not know, you can actually use like the triggers they would be on an Xbox controller. You can use those as A buttons, or like the shoulder buttons you can use for various things, like it's like a quick button to save, or some things like that. So if he doesn't have those working, he's not going to be able to take use of some of the extra inputs like that. Not the end of the world, but it is definitely an inconvenience for sure.
I'm not sure if Pokeguy meant to boost there, actually. Because he will now have his boost back later.
Right.
And it might mess a little bit with the spinner pass movement for later, but we'll see what he does. So also after this Gardevoir for the next fight, he will have to want Arcanine in the front. So that's like we mentioned before, where Arcanine is still gonna be used a bit here. Yeah, he's gonna get spotted, I wanted to say. I saw it coming. You need a boost there, otherwise he's gonna turn. So yeah, he accidentally used up his boost right before the Gardevoir fight.
This guy's just staring at his phone.
Yeah, I used to hate this guy so much. He's so unpredictable. But then WSOP found out a very consistent and fast way to pass him. This was pretty nice. But okay, some chances for Keys to get back into it now that Pokeguy's the extra 5.
This race has been great.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
He can get rid of this with the Arcanine, but...
Oh, there's a hill?
Oh, there the hill goes anyway.
Well, he will need to revive this.
Yeah.
Keizaron is, I guess, fixing his controller now.
Yeah.
If he can. But...
running into a light post in the way.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Pokeguy's doing a fight now against Corviknight, Flygon, I think it is, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There are two options here. You can either take the path or you can go up around and fight a different guy. The other guy has a Pelipper Noctowl. The Pelipper Noctowl fight is just awful for us because you can't one-shot the Pelipper, and the Pelipper almost always goes for Tailwind. Then it sets up Rain because of its ability Drizzle, and then it does a lot of damage to you with Rain. So we opted to go for this fight now. Now that we have Arcanine, this fight's a little bit easier for us. Flygon here is still, dangerous to the Excadrill, but we are able to get rid of the Corviknight really quickly with the Arcanine, then come in with the Excadrill here, and
Oh boy.
Okay.
Good at it. Crit.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Sword actually Other Fight is preferred because of the rain dance that you get from the Pelipper, or like the Drizzle.
Right.
But it would require to have enough speed. You need like 15 neutral speed or better to be able to outspeed a Noctowl after Tailwind. Because the Pelipper always goes for Tailwind.
Do you guys still do the strat to get Torrent for this route, or no?
No.
Okay.
Because we don't need the Focus Sash anymore.
I didn't think so, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, like all that together, it's slower. But I recently had a run where my defense was like way too terrible to survive the Escavalier, so I wanted the Focus Sash for that fight.
Okay.
And so I went to grab it anyway and torrented like this section, and it ended up being actually not slower or anything. So I guess it was a decent fix to do that with Focus Sash. Although you would need to have like good enough special attack, because otherwise missing the Mystic Water there for that section would be not good.
Right. Yeah.
Basically something you can do with terrible defense and good special attack.
Alright, so Pokeguy making his way up Victory Hill. Couple of mandatory fights here. There is another double fight right after this one that we're going to be able to skip because we... Keys died to the Flygon, actually.
Oh, man.
Huh. Because we let our Arcanine die on the Corviknight fight, it's no longer, we'll only have one Pokemon in our party, and we can bypass that double fight. If the Arcanine either lived or we revived it or something like that, then we would have to deposit to skip the fight.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat strat.
Yeah, and one of the nice things is right after this, we're about to go into a section a lot like a gym, where we're going to get a lot of free heals, like you would in a gym. And so by the time we need the Arcanine to be alive again, it will be.
Oof.
So Key's having to redo this route, and obviously spinner timers are going to be slightly off.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay, there he goes.
Okay. The cycle is very off there. And yeah, that guy has such weird movement with his phone and everything.
Yeah. I think the problem Keys had was he didn't switch the Arcanine up front, so he had to switch into the Arcanine, which causes it to take more damage. Which caused it not to be able to do... Because normally the way this fight works is you kill off the Corviknight, and then you extreme speed the Flygon to do enough damage that Excadrill can do the rest. But because Keys had to switch into the Arcanine, it took too much damage, and wasn't alive by the time the Flygon came out. And then in Pokeguy's case, he ended up reviving the Excadrill during the fight, and so the same thing happened. He didn't get to do the chip damage on the Flygon. which caused the Excadrill not to finish it off.
Yeah, it's a pretty hyphy victory road, actually.
Yeah. But pokeguy now made his way into the Champions Cup, I think it's called. And so this is sort of like a bracket style tournament where you're gonna face off against other gym challengers for your chance to enter the tournament with the gym leaders. So first one here is Marnie. Standard Marnie team. But we're going to get to see a pretty cool Gigantamax Pokemon at the end.
Also, we just got raided by Cheese.
Yo!
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome, everyone.
But yeah, I think this late game is really cool. There are like so many interesting fights. I really love it. That's like one thing that I think they did really well with this Pokemon game. They just put in like a lot of fights that are pretty amazing.
Yeah, they added, rather than having like a traditional Elite Four, they have this sort of tournament style thing, and it's honestly really cool. Sort of way to do that end game, with the champion being sort of locked behind the tournament rather than behind the Elite Four.
Yeah.
So instead of it just being sort of like 4 random strong trainers that you have to just sort of recognize as being strong for some reason, you're actually going to face off against your gym leaders that you've already faced, as well as the other gym challengers to sort of round out that part of the story as well.
Yeah, you kind of know where they're coming from, and you see them actually having grown since the last time that you saw them. They actually have like pretty beastly teams now.
Nessa 2 sucks.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me think what the hardest fight is for Sword. I think for Sword, that's hard to say actually. No, I don't know. Maybe Rayum too, because you have to set up a lot, but yeah.
I know B used to be hard for you guys, right? Before. Yeah.
But now that one is just one special attack, and then just Hydro Cannon the lost Pokemon.
And if you miss Hydro Cannon, you can be entered into the Hall of Fame.
Also, Pokeguy just sent me a screenshot of his stats. So he has 28 attack neutral and 1 speed positive.
Alright.
So, at least we know that now.
Yeah, Keys has... his attack was like 24 and his speed was 18. His defense is 28 to 30 plus nature.
Okay. Bulky.
Pretty great. Alright, so now that Pokeguy has beaten Marnie, he's going to face off a Hop. And this Hop fight is fairly standard. Hop's gonna lead the double again, but the double no longer knows Growl, so we don't have to worry about that. The one thing we do have to worry about is he's gonna body slam us a lot. And body slam has a 106% chance of paralyzing. So
oh yeah, that's so annoying.
Yeah, it's a 30% chance of paralyzing, but it always happens. So luckily we buy full restores right after the 8th gym, so should be able to handle it.
Yeah, I guess if you get paralyzed before finalizing setting up, you would have to try to hit the sword dances through paralysis.
Yeah,
probably
that's
better than having to risk another paralysis. Or getting paralyzed again after healing it off, rather. Yeah, it can be really annoying when you get like chain paralyzed, because at some point you will have to hit without being paralyzed. So if you keep healing and he keeps paralyzing you, it's really frustrating.
Luckily, it can only use it. It can only use it 15 times.
And Hop is talking about a crit, and he also gets it. Oh, he actually decides to. Oh, okay. He still had an X attack. That's a good play.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. I mean, it's not funny. We don't hope for bad things like that, but there's the second paralysis, so there we go.
Still pretty hilarious. I mean, it's fine because he's in the lead, so.
Yeah. Okay.
He's free now, free to sweep. Yeah. Meanwhile, Key's finishing up the final Marnie fight. Doesn't have to hit any rock slides here yet on one of those fights, so that's cool. Oh wait, here is a rock slide, yeah.
Yeah, the Corviknight there is the rock slide. The one annoying thing that can happen on Marnie, and it's not terrible, it just makes you have to choose a different move, is she can use the move Torment, which prevents you from using the same move twice in a row. So if that happens, you basically, at the end, alternate between Smart Strike and Earthquake. The downside to it is you end up with like an extra super effective text box. But yeah. Alright, so pop Dynamaxing, but it's not going to matter for pokeguy. And then we're going to basically leave the tournament and do some, in my opinion, a little bit of random story interjection. But
yeah, it's also really long.
Yes.
It's like you have all these epic fights, and then suddenly you have to fight some grunts. But yeah.
Yeah, so here's another cutscene that's going to get skipped. Basically, somebody in the organization that's helping run the tournament is going to hijack it for some reason. I knew the story at one point. It's a month old, but I already forgot it. Yeah, he's basically going to run off, and you have to go find him. He's going to blend in with the crowd. You have to go find him and defeat him a couple times. And then you need to go up to the top of the Rose Tower to confront Oleana. And there's that whole sequence. That sequence, in my opinion, is kind of a cool thing, at least in the casual sense. The speedrun part of it is a little bit dry just because there's... You'll see why. You have a Excadrill with Earthquake going into double battles, but
yeah,
it sort of like introduces you. You have Team Yell throughout the entire game, which you sort of think of as the evil team, but then it sort of introduces you to this different organization where you're gonna end up fighting them.
Yeah, it kind of baits you in a way because it's like the organizational team of the gym tournament as well,
right?
And then it's suddenly the guys who try to be evil or something. But yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Especially because the entire section when you fight all the, what is it called, Macrocosmos, it's like the same song the entire time.
Yeah.
Like inside battle, then you get outside of battle. It's not something we're used to from Pokemon games, but the entire time the same tune is played.
Yeah, I definitely like the music. I don't know if it necessarily fits the area because it's sort of like this really upbeat thing and you're supposed to be like trying to stop this crazy thing from happening. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting part of the run. Or part of the game. I don't think the part of the run is terribly interesting. So the Macros Cosmos, or whatever it is, they specialize in steel type Pokemon. So again, our Excadrill with Earthquake is just gonna more or less destroy everything.
Yep. And you also, at this point, you also start working together with the with Piers and Marnie and the entire Team Yell, actually, to stop the bad guys, which is pretty funny because, yeah, as Etiquette said before, you kind of get a feeling first that maybe the Team Yell guys are the bad guys, but then you're just cooperating with them.
Yeah, and the same sort of mid-battle boosts that you get in the Fairy-type gym are going to happen here as well. Marnie's going to basically, in between each Pokemon, you're going to say something motivating, and you can say something back to her and you'll get a boost. In at least one case, that can be really useful. It boosts your attack when you're about to fight a Steelix. But yeah, so I pulled up a little bit of a synopsis of this section. Apparently, Leon is late for dinner, so you try to figure out where he is, and he is talking to President Rose at the top of the Rose Tower. Oleana doesn't want you to disturb them, so she gives the key to the Rose Tower to this guy that you fight 3 times, and he's gonna basically not do the gentleman's agreement that all Pokemon games do and not give you the item you need after each battle. Like I always think of like Gen 1 where it's like, I'm gonna fight this guy for the lift key, and he's like, oh no, I dropped it.
Yeah. Oh no, I lost a Pokemon battle. Now you can get everything you want. Yep. It made it a little bit more challenging.
Right. So you have to go find him. He does, like, the first time you play this, if you don't know where he is, it actually can be a little bit tricky just because there are other people dressed like him that are scattered around through this area. And they don't fight you or anything, but they'll just, you know, say hi, and then you're like, wait, that wasn't him. So you have to actually figure out where he is. He's not terribly difficult to find. He does have a different team every time, but again, they specialize in steel type Pokemon, so you know, Earthquake is just perfect for this section.
Yep. Yeah, my first playthrough, I actually couldn't find him in the phone cell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of obvious when you think about it, but I was just looking for, like, other places. And at some point, I just flew back through, like, another part of the thing. And I was like, wait, no, it cannot be here.
I think I had trouble finding the second one because I had talked, like, I saw him pretty quickly, and I thought I talked to him, but I guess I talked to, like, the guy next to him. And so I was like, oh, that can't be him. So I, like, left and went around somewhere. And then I ended up having to come back and be like, oh, wait, I didn't actually say hi to him.
Yeah.
All right, so now that you've defeated him 3 times, he's still not going to give you the key. So Piers sets up this, like, impromptu concert in this mall. And it's going to, like, basically draw out all the people in the mall, and they're going to, like, break through this barrier of Macrocosmos people. And then I don't know, this part makes no sense to me. I'm just trying to explain it the best I can.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense. Like, he's kind of giving, like, concert with an unplugged mic, like, in the middle of a station just to make everybody run over the guys. But then you're thinking, if you're with an entire Team Yell team, you can just run them over, like, right away, right?
Right.
It's kind of weird. But creative.
Yeah. Yeah, so now that you can get past them, you can make your way up the elevator to the next area. So this is the Rose Tower. So we're gonna go ahead and enter that with Hop, and Hop's gonna be our partner through this next section because there's gonna be quite a lot of double battles. Well, I say quite a lot. There's like 3.
Yeah. Yeah, the first one is still solo, and then you have a few floors with double battles, and then you finally have access to the top of the Rose Tower and have to fight Oleana before you can actually talk to or disturb Rose and Leon's discussion. It's kind of a fancy building. That's where the music starts. And it will never stop for another 10 minutes or so.
I love it.
10 minutes maybe too much, but...
So yeah, I mentioned earlier on catch the Excadrill that was like level 31 or so. Right after the 3rd gym. So in that route, you would actually not get Earthquake until like during the Marnie fight that you just had. So all those times we use Earthquake, we'd be using other moves. And then there'd be a lot of things like that Durant there would be a range that you wouldn't be able to necessarily guarantee. So like just by getting that or going a little bit further in the game, getting the really, you know, you can see a lot of those kind of benefits. But here's the first double battle. It's probably it's definitely the worst one for Excadrill. The 2 pokes here are Qfant, which is the Copperaja pre-evolution, and Bronzong. Bronzong has the ability to levitate, which makes it not take damage from ground type moves. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to Earthquake the Qfant, and then swap into Arcanine, and then deal with the Bronzong with Arcanine, because Bronzong is Steel type, so it's going to take super effective damage from our Arcanine. But other than this fight, the rest of them are basically a cakewalk for the Excadrill.
Let's see if Flamethrower is enough to kill there. That's what I thought. It seems sometimes like Flamethrower is a pretty bad range on the Bronzong. I think most of the time we use Flare Blitz there, unless in this case he used Iron Defense, and then you would have to use Flamethrower or Burn Up. So now Keizaron also made his way to Rose Tower. 2 more double battles to go for pokeguy.
Yeah, and these ones are a little bit easier than the one that we just had.
Yep. Just Earthquake, and they're gone. Or I believe the Steelix can... The Steelix survives, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not too dangerous if it does.
Yeah, it doesn't really do any damage. Almost at the top of the Rose Tower.
Oh man, the Steelix almost died on one turn because of the body slam damage.
It also, the Earthquake also crit the stun fist. Would have been better if it crit the other thing. And now it crits on 1 HP.
Of course it does.
Crits are never on the rightful time. In the useful moments.
Yeah, so in between all those double fights, we actually did get a free heal. This game is just full of free heals. It's great. But now that we're at the top, Oleana's gonna stop us herself. She really doesn't want us to interrupt Leon and Rose's conversation, so she's gonna come at us. I actually really like her team. It's a pretty cool and diverse team.
Yeah. I like how she goes from like super mellow to super psycho and like.
I know.
Yeah.
And she also has a Gigantamax Pokemon, and her Gigantamax Pokemon is.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, so setup here is X speed Swords Dance, and then you can usually sweep. There is one Pokemon that can be a range. The Serena can be a range, but usually you just go for it. It's only a range at pretty bad attack.
Yeah, I missed it today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I have 5 attack. And Pokeguy has 28 attack, so he should be good. But yeah, even when the grass Pokemon Serena, when it lives, it doesn't kill you, I think.
Yeah, the worst thing. So I had it happen where it used Attract against me.
Oh man.
Yeah, and then it ends up using, I forget what it is, but it uses a move that lowers your attack, which I actually calced, and like the Garbodor is fine. Even at like, it was either at neutral or at like +0 or -1 attack, you're still fine. But it's just a matter of like, if you get hit by it enough, then you end up not being able to one-shot the Garbodor.
Yeah, I guess you would just have to Sword Dance again in this case.
Gym Freak with the character comment there. I like how her team is all beautiful and graceful on except for her Garbodor, which plays into her backstory.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually true. If they actually thought out all of that like through, that would be pretty sick.
Alright, so now that you defeated Oleana, we're going to go ahead and actually interrupt Rose and Leon.
Yeah.
I think the conversation they're having is like, Rose is worried about this energy crisis that's going to happen, but it's not going to happen for like 1,000 years.
Yeah.
And he's like, we need to cancel the finals to deal with this. And Leon's like, you're crazy. We don't have to cancel the finals at all. It's 1,000 years away.
Yeah.
Like, don't be crazy.
It's a pretty weird story, yeah.
Yeah, so then Leon leaves and Rose is like, well, we're going to deal with this anyways.
Yeah, and then we actually get some really interesting matches because the gym tournament can finally begin.
Yep.
And there are some really cool fights in there, and scary fights too.
Yeah, scary is one way to put it. Yeah, so I always find it weird when we get here because like we just spent a ton of time fighting people that looked like this woman.
Yeah.
And now she's like, hey, I'm going to escort you to the stadium. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I should trust you. They don't do anything bad from now on. It's just like, it's just weird how we go from fighting them to all of a sudden trusting them again.
Yeah, it's really weird. Hop even says at that point, like, wait, why would we go with you? No, I'm one of the good ones. Oh, okay.
Keys is having a really weird fight here. He got burned, which isn't too out of the ordinary, but then he did get Icy Wind.
Okay.
There's the double team. Double team is fine because Smart Strike will always hit. If he's at +1 at 1 speed, he should be fine.
Yeah, +1 should be fine.
All right, so Pokeguy's going to go ahead and enter the gym tournament. So now this is going to be a tournament of gym leaders that he's going to face. We're actually going to see that one of the gym leaders has already been replaced.
Yep.
Look who it is. So,
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Beat once again, who got, how do you say it? Like Opal kind of was obsessed by her, or him, because he's wearing so much pink, which she likes to see in others. And yeah, Beat kind of went on some kind of training with her because she wanted a replacement for her gym. And her gym is of course a fairy type gym, whereas Beat had like a lot of psychic type Pokemon. But now he suddenly has like a lot of fairy type Pokemon, and some of her Pokemon who evolved are also now fairy type. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beat is even more pink now. Oh yeah, this fight's actually not hard at all.
No. It does have, in my opinion, a pretty cool Gigantamax at the end with the Hatterene, but
yeah,
overall it's a pretty straightforward fight. Basically Sword Stance and then Smart Strike.
No.
Or I guess you can Earthquake the whole fight. Smart Strike would be super effective, so you don't want to do that.
He's even faster than the Rapidash. I believe he can easily outspeed you. But yeah, even if he does, he doesn't do much. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Gigantamax. But yeah, it's a pretty cool system where you just have like a gym tournament at the end. But luckily it's not random which gym leaders you face in the in the tournament, because otherwise you would like need to adapt a lot on the strats, and probably basically based on which fight you get decides how fast you will get through it. So there would be a lot of annoying variants in that case.
Yeah, for sure.
Although it would make it really interesting. Well, yeah, it's just a bit silly to hope for the best opponents right at the end of the game. So luckily they didn't do that.
All right, so this here is Nessa 2. So if you guys remember Nessa 1, there was a lot of math involved where we had to deal with it with Arcanine. No real math here, but we do have to worry about basically her whole team. This fight can be absolutely scary. So she leads the Galissapod, which is very strong and hits very hard. But the strategies here basically are determined by what she does on turn 1. So we have to Sword Stance, that way we can actually one-shot things, and she uses Liquidation, which does a lot, and that wasn't even a crit. Oh my god.
Okay, so he's just going for the Dynamax right away.
Yep. So I think he must have Sand Rush, right?
I actually forgot to check.
Because, yeah, so if he has Sand Rush, what he can do here is do Max Rockfall. That'll kill the Golisopod. It'll set up Sandstorm. And then because he's Sand Rush, he'll actually outspeed the Barraskewda that comes out next. Yeah, so it's a really cool strat. I've actually... So, when Keiz saw that he was Sand Rush, he made the same comment. I've actually never had a Sand Rush Excadrill. Every single one of my runs has been with Sand Force.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've just been unlucky in that regard. But, yeah, so he outspeeds that, and is able to deal with that. And then he does still have to hit a Rock Slide on the Pelipper. And if he misses the Pelipper, it usually sets up Tailwind, which means both the Pelipper and the next Pokemon are going to outspeed you, but ideally he just hits the Rock Slide.
Yeah, so if you miss, you just die, but you still have Arcanine in your party.
Right.
So you could revive. I'm just not sure if that will fix it, because you cannot Dynamax again, so... yeah. I don't know enough about this fight to know if you could actually win if you would die here and come back. Luckily he hits Rock Slide.
Yeah. I think it would be possible, but it would be tricky, and it would probably just not be worth it. He didn't save before, but if he had saved, it would have just been like a reset kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, the other way that fight can go is the Golisopod uses Swords Dance turn 1, which is sort of ideal, but at the same time, then you have to hit 2 Rock Slides. So if it Swords Dances turn 1, what you can do is Rock Slide it and get rid of it, or if you're afraid of it missing, you can use Earthquake and it will activate the ability called Emergency Exit, which will basically force it out of the battle. And then the Barraskewda comes out and you have to deal with that. You're outsped by Barraskewda, but it has more or less the same moves as the Golisopod, just does a little bit less damage.
Right.
And then you do the rest of the fight the same. So you get rid of the Golisopod if you did Emergency Exit, and then Earthquake Seeking, Rock Slide Pelipper, and then Earthquake the Dreadnought.
Okay.
One nice thing is Nessa's first Dreadnought, on the very first fight you do with her, has the ability Swift Swim, which doubles its speed and rain. In this, that fight, it does not have Swift Swim, which is really nice because the Pelipper with Drizzle comes out right before it. That would be awful.
That would be really awful.
So next up here is Alistair. Really not a whole lot to talk about there. The Dusknoir that you start with, or that you're faced off against at the beginning, has Rock Tomb, but yeah.
Alright, well, let's see how Nessa 2 goes for Keizaron. Hopefully not too much struggle as well. Kinda want to see Swords Dance first turn. Okay, we actually get to see Swords Dance. Oh no, that's a death. That's a death. That's sad.
Wow, that's unlucky.
Okay, so it's just gonna revive here. Let's see if we can still fix that. Because now he has a +2 Gollipod in front of him.
Jeez.
Is he just gonna Dynamax or? Or maybe
he's gonna trigger the emergency
exit.
exit.
Yeah, that's smart.
He does have to set up. He might be able to actually OHKO the Barraskewda. He'll have to take damage, but he might be able to actually OHKO it. Oh?
Maybe he's gonna Dynamax here? Or X defend, yeah.
X defend, yeah.
X defend and then heal, yeah. That makes sense.
Ooh!
Oh my god. Yeah, this fight is pretty horrible.
Wow.
So this Earthquake now?
Yeah.
That
Crit.
is a crit.
Yeah,
oh,
so
oh my word.
Drill Run is one of the high crit chance moves. So
Oh, okay, okay.
that's
already.
yeah.
So it's like 1 in 8 or?
Yeah.
Okay. That's really unlucky. Meanwhile, pokeguy is done with Alistair. So only Rayhan 2 left for him in the gym tournament.
Yep. While we have a quick chance here, just want to shout out the next live competitive speedrunning event for the Speedrun channel. We've got Pace 2020. It's going to be located in Maryland on the east coast of the US. So if you want full details for that, you can go to smash.gg/pace. Yeah, so pokeguy going into the Rayhan fight. This is another fight, sort of like the first Rayhan fight, where depending on your ability, you will have a different fight. So it looks like based on his Nessa fight, he does have the Sand Rush ability. So he's going to be going for a fight. Basically, there's two problems with the fight. One is you can't one-shot the Flygon. And two, you can't outspeed the Flygon. So you do need to use a sword stance at some point. And it just really depends on where you're going to use it. With his fight, he's likely going to opt to use it on the Flygon itself. The Flygon almost always uses Sandstorm turn 1. So Torkoal is going to set up Drought. You do not want to set up on the Torkoal because it can just blast you with a fire move. It usually, I say usually, goes for Solar Beam, which is interesting, but you don't want to risk that. If he didn't have Sand Rush, he would actually set up here on the Turtonator. The Turtonator is going to use a move called Shell Trap. Basically, it's like counter, but it's a fire type, so that would hurt if the Turtonator lives, but it doesn't. And then he's going to set up here on the Flygon. Flygon should use Sandstorm when he uses Sword Stance. Then, because of the Sandstorm, he'll be faster than Flygon the next turn and not have to worry about taking any damage. It's actually a really cool fight.
So what would the fight look like if you would have sent Force?
Yeah, so for that fight, you would basically do the Sword Stance on the Turtonator and hope it actually uses Shell Trap. Okay. I've never seen it not use it, but I know I've heard stories of other people not getting Shell Trap there. And
it's
then
the same with Sandstorm though. Like I've had when I tried a run, and I had Sand Rush, I did Sword Dance on Flygon and it just went for Earthquake.
Really? I've never seen that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
It can happen.
I guess both of them are at least slightly risky.
Yeah, but they're probably extremely favored to use like